national security that is violated is the dumbass congressman and their other politicians.
Testing 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10. Hi there, hi there.
Yeah, I know.
Oh,
It's crazy.
sorry. Welcome to the Kiray Vacuo show. Where you will watch me do a lot of like drawing and stuff, but also the same time you watch me doing something weird like now. Well, he said like it's fine to do like a watch along stuff here and there. So yeah, I know like pulling up people like live stream is not really that creative, but I am doing drawing. So and keep getting copyright strike is a very weird thing, you know. But this guy actually, I kind of respect him to do like what he want to do in the VTubing scene. So yeah, I always like watch his stuff. There might be like some agree disagree stuff or like some very thing like it's actually open up quite a lot of like eyes for like a lot of situations. You know, talking about law stuff when it comes to like international law thingy. Because like I always find like many different places have different law applied to it. So VTubing is always like you know, as on the agency side, they always like I reside in this country, but I'm hiring a lot of like other people from other country, and I also have to pay them too. But I find like how they actually do those kind of things, because like law side is always like on the very weird side. What if like employer abusement or this and that, yeah, the other stuff. Like how do they actually fix that thing? How do they deal with that thing? It's just like sweeping down hush hush or something like that. So like when saw like the you know like the there's nothing do wrong by Niji. Yeah, the year long of nothing wrong with Niji, it has been blowing up, and then this lawyer has been talking a lot about it, and then it actually let me understand a lot more stuff about like VTubing and thingy, you know, you know, you know, you know. So I need to drop maybe slightly 1 decibel off my volume so it doesn't blow up people's ears, you know? And we shall start my stream. So anyone who joined in, they want to watch this, they can have, you know, have that thing.
Base Chad for almost 2 years straight.
Wow.
Seriously, thanks, bro. But yes, it's true. And you know, the funny thing is that all these congressmen that end up banning it, the funny thing is they end up having it on their phone or having it on a second phone or whatever else.
Let me wear
it's just
my
like the
glove a little
congressmen that are most
bit.
vehemently, you know, the ones that are the super hardcore, we're gonna go super anti, well, let's say LGBT, whatever, and then they get caught in a bathroom in Minnesota, you know, doing certain things, you know, through the glory hole. You know, that these things end up usually projection. This is also true on Twitter of the people that freak out over
Where's my drawing
freak out over
pen?
Stellar Blade, and then
I keep losing my drawing pen and then
your, you know, likes and it's,
sometimes
it's
to find
furry
it.
hentai. So you know,
Hold on a bit.
just
I'm trying to find it. Ah, found it.
Anthony became a V2 being a member at the RPG level. Oh, actually, no, at the BLM level, the base legal mindset level. Welcome to the highest level of membership. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Vinny the D says, would you cover the escape from Tarkov fiasco? They promised future DLC to EOD account holders, but decided not to and release a new edition that had DLC account. They're a Russian company based in England. Ooh, that sounds interesting. I will take a look at it. I think somebody mentioned this to me, but I've got to do research, and I'm not prepared to talk about it tonight, but I will look into it. Okay? How about that? The Gimster 101 says, so what you're saying is both American and Chinese governments are spying on U.S. citizens, making memes about Kurosanji. Let's give the feds a chuckle then. Yes. I honestly think, like, I feel bad for the poor, like, CCP government people who have to, like, go through our shitty social media. Can you imagine how mind-numbing that is?
They swapped the gosh dang thing again.
Harlot,
I don't know why it just keep switching my screen.
Rupees, straight out of Jakarta. What's up, Harlan? This is former Taiwanese that worked in Indonesia and last year finally naturalized an Indonesian citizen. Awesome. Dude, congratulations. JP Indonesia have their own DTA treaty, public in English, similar to TW. Might want to check this out. I'm sorry, Heartlet. Are you talking about? This little thing? Right. Right. Is this it? Hold on. Yes, right here that I already have pulled up. Oh, wait, no, that's the US Japan one. Whoops. This one right here that I already have pulled up that's in English. Yeah, we're going to talk about that, guys. Don't worry about that. We're going to get to that, Heartlet. Trust me. Your boy is prepared. I do my research before these streams, despite what anybody may say.
Okay.
Fallen Hero 4567
Start and do this.
dropping the litigators. Appreciate you. Andrew VTuber Model When says, Rima looking wonderful today. Wouldn't want to share an earbud. Wouldn't want to share an earbud with a horse, though.
What the hell? I wouldn't want to share an earbud with you.
Thank you. I love that you just confirm it at this point. You just own it. Thank you, Legal Mindset and Rima, for touching on this. Please clear our doubts. We're going to do that today. Anthony Take says, base take as sort of a glowy. I certify you as not a glowy. Oh yeah. I meet a lot of ex glowies over here in Asia because a lot of retired military guys. So like I've said before that actually at one point I think I literally had a CIA honeypot that was stalking me around Bangkok. It's a story for another day. Are you familiar with what like a honeypot is, or a honey trap sometimes, but like a honeypot?
It's like something to lure you, no?
Yeah, lure you. Yeah, like an attempt to like lure you right into divulging information. A story for an entire other day. Okay, so let's just jump right into this before we get too deep down the wrong holes. This is, of course, the video on Malaysiavtuber. Now, I just want to say, Rima, I think we're safe now in talking about her PL. Like, I mean, we kind of have to acknowledge, like, in talking about this issue, there's no way to talk about this issue without saying that Malaysiavtuber has a PL that was a Niji Sanji, right? I mean, is this we're all like cool with this now in the VTubing community, I guess.
I guess. I feel other people must have done videos about it already.
No, yeah, I'm not the first person.
Yeah.
I'm not like the one breaking this, right?
Yeah.
So like obviously I'm not the first person to talk about this. But when I was first told about Malaysiavtuber debuting again, like coming out and starting again, I didn't want to say that she had a PL at Niji Sanji. But
I think it's fine. But that's just me.
Then she debuted, and then everybody told me that she like heavily hinted about it in her debut.
Yeah. They talk about it all the time. I mean, they talk about it in the sense that now legally they're allowed to say. I mean, she says something like, "Oh, I can say this now." I feel like they say that a lot. "Oh, I can say this now," or "I can tell this story now," because they couldn't back then. So I feel like if they're hinting at it, it's fine. I mean, they have a lot of former fans in the audience too,
right?
That are there clearly for this reason.
For them, right? Clearly they're there for them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Wait, I kind of forgot.
So let's just acknowledge the
she
PL
got fingers
was at Niji
right?
Sanji. I mean, it's kind of like as much as we have to do. I don't think there's much that's needed to be there, but obviously that's necessary context to do this analysis. It's not possible either. Real quick, Tankrat says, what is sad is a VPN circumvents the law.
Yes, she does have fingers.
Yeah, that obviously is true many times. I use VPNs all the time because I can't log into the Florida I can't pay my cell phone bill without a VPN. AT&T will not allow me to pay my cell phone bill. I can't give them money without a VPN. It's crazy. Jin Blades says all entities spy all the time. That's my opinion. Yes, you're right. Our allies spy, our enemies spy, everybody's spying on everybody, but that doesn't make it good, and it doesn't make it any less a violation of our rights. Sparky's Text Corner says, listening to the TikTok build in the USA reminds me of Fallout for some reason. Next time we will make Liberty Prime stomp out the TikTok. Look, there's a lot of valid criticism in there, but I think I think it's kind of like, to me, if you really were concerned about China, they would put a ban on all foreign purchases of U.S. property. Most countries do not allow foreigners to purchase real property in their country, right? So, for example, Philippines, Thailand, many other countries don't allow that. Right? Certainly, China doesn't allow that for Americans. Nobody owns property in China, right? So, would it be so weird for us to say if you are a foreign entity or individual, you cannot, a non-American citizen or naturalized permanent resident, whatever else, right? You cannot buy property in the U.S. No, I don't think that's a problem. Don't think that would be a problem at all. And that would actually solve some real issues. And the TikTok stuff is bullshit, right? It's like a smokescreen to the real issues. And by the way, and this is bipartisan, uh, congressmen on both sides of the aisle in the US, both Republicans and Democrats, own massive amounts of business interests in China. So the leaders at the highest level of both parties own a shit ton of financial
He still
interests
haven't
in
go to
China
like the
and related to China.
most
So
interesting thing yet.
they're not going to make real changes. They're going to talk.
That's like a
dance
thing like
around
that. They say
and
like Niji
do
Sanji
these
actually like
bullshit things like TikTok, which ultimately
evade, not
doesn't
evade
solve
taxes, like didn't
fundamental
pay the
thing
tax
they
of
need.
a
So,
VTuber
yeah,
that they
that's my
own.
opinion there. Third
While
says,
they
the
take
way I
like
see it, it's okay to talk about past
50%
lives when
cut,
past
they
lives
didn't
need
even
Sanji,
account
because they all
that
surface before
the tax
survive.
part
No,
of
but
like the
I don't know, Rima. I don't
members,
like that statement.
and then like
because,
this,
look,
I
I
think
try to
like
treat
it's
the
in the
corpos
invoice,
I would try to treat all the
in the
corporations differently.
invoice
And also, my
that
thing
like
for
it's
past
like
lives
it's
is,
said to be
do they
claimed that
want
they
their
settle
past
the
life
taxes,
talked about?
but at the end,
You
like
know?
after 2 years, like
Mhm.
she
Like,
once
I
like
think
she's
that's the
unemployed,
statement.
basically
I
not
don't.
working for them
If
anymore,
someone was at
and then
Niji Sanji and they don't want to talk
that
about
her
the fact that
government
Niji
sent
Sanji,
her
I
a
really
letter
don't
like
want to be the guy
you
who's
haven't
sitting
been
there
paid tax
like
for like
outing them, and certainly I'm not
2
going to be the
years,
first
you know.
person to
And then she's
Yeah.
like,
do it, right?
what the?
Yeah, I don't,
Yeah, it's in
look,
messy
I can
situations.
dislike Niji Sanji, but that doesn't mean I'm gonna be unfair about it, and especially to the individual who may be totally innocent. Because you got to remember, not all the people who are working for Niji Sanji are evil.
Yeah, I
So
think
I
it's
mean,
just like
many of
plain
them are they're just
incompetence.
trying to make it right. They're just trying to make their cut out there in social media. So I don't hold that against them just because they happen to work at Niji Sanji.
Oh wait a
Yep.
minute.
Torgo says, hurrah. So Gator Lawyer VTuber model win 200K. 200K, and we get there. Sigrun Eterna says,
Hi,
TikTok being
Panglet.
just a power grab. I'm less worried about what China does with personal information than what the US
Oh,
does.
what
with
am
personal
I
information.
talking about? Eh. Do you know the VTuber company called Niji Sanji? Agency, not company. Yeah, they've been sort of like having lots of oopsie a lot. I'm currently just like watching like one of the live stream talking about it. Not another VTuber drama. It's like Niji Sanji is like constantly pumping out this kind of stuff every week. That I think the PR team is like very underpaid at this point. It's because like this time has been leaked. I won't really say has been leaked, more like has been talked about. Is like we showed you have a new member is actually ex Niji Sanji people again. So she talked about like she actually in that period amount of time that is like after she left Niji Sanji is lots of stress and like issues happening afterward, because like the moment she is unemployed, like she have to like stated that to her government and stuff, maybe, and then afterward the government sent a letter to her and then told her that in fact the time that she has been earning for that 2 year working for Niji Sanji, she haven't paid a single dime of taxes. She didn't really bother with it before back then, is because like Niji Sanji told her that or stated they will settle the taxes when paying her. Like some I'm not sure like it's different to any country. I think in Malaysia it's also that too. Like the employer always is the one that settle the taxes. you know, like salary taxes, stuff like that. But since Niji-sanji haven't do any of that shit, but but stated and let her know that they are the one who dealt with it. And then when she received the news that she haven't paid taxes for 2 years, it's like, oh shit, I haven't paid taxes for 2 years? 2 freaking years, but my invoice stated the taxes has been paid. Stuff like that, you know, like lots of things. So in reality, it's actually like Niji-sanji haven't paid paid taxes for her at all. So she have 2 years of taxes that haven't paid, and because she haven't paid, there's the interest of that taxes too. So she have to pay for the tax and the interest rate for 2 years accumulations. And I can tell you, agency VTuber actually earns quite a lot in the sense, like in that count. So if the taxes didn't settle, with interest is actually like ridiculously huge amount. And then the agency practically take almost everything from her already. So she don't really have money to pay. You know, like she still can pay somewhat, but not in the level to like settle like 2 years of taxes with interest in one go. And then some people might think like, well, she can sue their asses, but the thing is like Niji-sanji is like in Niji-sanji is practically in Japan. So if you have to sue them, you have to fly to Japan and then go to court. If anyone never been to court, basically you go to court for maybe 1 or 2 hour sessions. They debate about it, and then you have to go back. They settle another date because they still have other court to attend. So like after 1 or 2 months, you have to go back. It's like a doctor appointment, you know. So you have to like go back to your country and then go back to Japan, go back to your country, go back to Japan. Like it's a very tiring thing. It's a hassle to do it. So it's kind of like in a sense, it's like they actively try to screw over like the overseas like VTuber. Like, so what? If you want to do anything, come and sue me. Almost at that the unsupportiveness of like that agency is basically is like criminal level, but you can't actually charge them criminally because if you want to do it, it's going to be a hassle to do it, you know. There's a lot of things that technically you can sue them, but also technically no. And because like Japan law is different, you have when you sue them, you actually have to hand. Of course, like you cannot hand in as alias and this and that, yada yada stuff. You have to, since VTuber usually have a very like you know like faceless identity. So the moment you try to sue someone, you technically already give up your identity. You put your names in there, you have to attend the court, this and that, yada yada stuff. You know, you basically dox yourself in some sense, which is not really a good thing. This is why like sometimes I can see like some agency can actually abuse their VTuber a lot because like they can't really do anything to them. Like even like in law, unless they're really trying to go for like a career suicide attempt, they won't really hold that agency accountable to many stuff. And about this texting is like it's even more like how should I say complicated. It's because like they work in YouTube, so YouTube have to follow the tax law and then pay them according to the taxes. But since Niji-sanji is from Japan, so that they pay according to like Japan law stuff. But the VTuber is from Indonesia. So when Niji-sanji take the 50% cut, they should have include the tax in there. You know? The tax like for like the Indonesia stuff in there. But they didn't. So they're basically taking more than they have. It's basically, instead of saying like 50-50, it's more like 60-50. And where the extra 10% go is going to take out from the VTuber 10%. Because she have to also pay for the taxes herself, even though like the agency should be the one who paying it. And then they also have like a very like stupid contract. It's basically, you know, where there's like two type of contract. It's either you more like three type of contract. You can be a part-timer, a contractor, a full-time employee. Technically, part-timer is a contractor, you know? Like normally in contractor wise, you have to be the one who settle. It's like I'm your VTuber artist. I draw you a you know, like an art for you to post, or like a promotion art, and then you pay me like $200 for something, or and then I have to use that $200 because I am a contractor. I'm just a contractor. I have no relationship with you, and then you don't control me. You don't do this. You don't do that. You just pay me for what I work for you, and then I just take that money and then I'll settle myself on the taxes wise. But in Niji-sanji, they actually function more like the VTuber is not really a contractor, because they control every aspect of that VTuber, their IP, their life, where they have to go, where they have to do a meetup, this and that, yeah, the other stuff. When it comes to event, they mandatory have to like appear there. So there's so much like mandatory stuff. It's more of a full-time worker than a contractor. So in a sense, if you really want to sue them, you can use that angle, but they will also use the angle that contracts say you are a contractor, you know? So you have to do like multiple angle of argument if you really have to sue Niji-sanji, or like sue like any other agency that does similar shit. So it's a very complicated stuff. Very, very complicated stuff. And like I say, like especially on this tax thing, it's even more complicated because like YouTube is a US company. Niji-sanji is the Japan company. And then that VTuber is from Indonesia. So they have to like internationally cross three country law to sort of like do a lot of argument. If the lawyer is not competent enough, it's going to be like very, very like complicated. It's very hard to say VShoujo do better or not. I do not know what is the inner working of VShoujo. They are a company based on California. I'm not an American, so I don't really know American law that side that much. So you know, yeah. Technically, I don't even know my country law that much. I only dabble with like the law that starting to touch up with the VTuber side because of this VTuber that I'm watching right now. It's because like how complex it is. And VTuber can be taken advantage by agency a lot. You can see like a lot of different VTuber drama is actually coming from because of like the VTuber themselves can't really do anything to any of the, you know, VTuber agency. So far I can say like in Japan wise, there's like two big VTuber agency. There's like Hololive and Niji-sanji. Niji-sanji is basically a black company. Hololive at least take care of the like VTuber a lot. Like not just a lot, like a lot, you know? They don't even have to do any PR stuff. The VTuber literally don't have to do anything. They just live a good life itself is already a good enough PR. And VShoujo wise is always like I think it's like anomaly in a lot of like VTubing agency, because they don't really have to do too much. They already have their own like fan base, because usually the VTuber go into that is they already are established VTuber, you know. And then I kind of like slowly find out like a lot of VTuber actually have like from Niji-sanji go back to like VShojo, that when they talk about it, they always talk that they have some tax issues. And then I was like, I think this is like either a running gag or like, you know, a actual major running issues in the Nijisanji side. They really are lack of like, you know, like overseas level staffed, you know. Like if you want to do overseas stuff, always be prepared. Like that is the most important thing, especially nowadays. Like internet has been like much more accessible. I can literally, now I'm sitting in Malaysia, I can work in someone in maybe like in US or like in Europe, somewhere in some certain point, and they have to like do a lot of like different like understanding protocol. Like me myself have to like do diligent too, of course, but yeah, generally it's the people who hired them have to do most of the lifting, you know. It's a very complex stuff, especially like different country have different law. Because like sometime that one time, like this VTuber, he read like a lot of like VTubing contract, the Nijisanji like VTuber contract. It's basically like a slavery contract in some sense. Like the thing is so vague, the punishment can dish out like anyhow. But to be honest, I think like in Asia, like a lot of contracts like that. But those kind of contract is basically signed up on a trust systems, you know. It's like we have this kind of clause. It's not because we want to screw you over. Just trust me, we won't do that kind of thing. It's just like for safety reason. Like, you know, like back then, like Hololive also have like such a very like complex situation happen, like the Kiryu Coco stuff. You know, I don't know. Those kind of things like. Those clauses basically when like extreme situations happens and they have no choice to pull out extreme means to like sort of like do that shit. But it seems like Niji has been keep pulling every single like clause in the books, just tossed it to VTuber. So it's like, you know, like again, like you signed a contract for trust, but if you're actively using it, then that is another issues, you know. So I won't really say like that contract is like bullshit. It's more like the way you use it is they use it is kind of bullshit, you know. That's a lot of like things like slowly getting uncovered. Like if you kind of like this kind of thing, you can try to like watch this VTuber. He's called Legal Mindset. Let me type his channel name. Like he talk about so many things that open up like a lots of like conversations about like law between like agency and VTuber, because like there is no law for VTuber and like agency, because like it kind of function like an idol system or kind of function like a, you know, like a music record publisher with their singer both in the same time. So it's a very complex things. It's like an entirely new industry that should have the new entire law set of themselves in the same time, and they should probably have it too, because like you can actually try to go and search around like how many super chat money YouTube themselves is like record like the highest like top 10 or top 20 top 50 or something. You can see like there's like technically more than 70% or like 80% is actually from VTuber. It's a lot, not just tiny bit, it's a lot. Like everything is like say in the millions, you know, and it's each month. They earn so much. They should have like a law like around, like own individual law happening around them. But VTuber and agency relationship is always like a very lawless thing. The only thing that kind of like have some accountability and like law related stuff is the contract. So agency contract is always like in some very weird sense, because like if anyone know about how a idol cultures and like a Korean like idol or Japan idol cultures is actually very predatory. And then if you do that and look at how VTuber is going to be even worse, because like VTuber have to be anonymous. They sort of like add a much more like newer nuance to like a lot of things and more complexity. This is why I find this the entire situation is a very like particular situations to think about, you know? Like at least learn more about it. Don't care what's right or wrong at the moment. It's just say like there is like a lot of like wild wasteland in the VTuber like scene. It's basically VTuber is still like a very young industry, to be honest. Like a lot of people actually like I can say like definitely say like 90% of VTuber is actually doing it for hobby. They are kind of like trying and not trying at the same time. Maybe something like me too, but I am actually actively trying. But yeah, but there's a lot of people just do it for hobby. Like, oh, VTuber is a very easily accessed like stuff like back in the days now. But yeah, so like a lot more people become VTuber just for fun, you know, have a little bit chat, this and that, yada yada stuff. But some people don't really, you know, like take a deeper dive look into like the business aspect, because like VTuber does earn a lot. Like the successful one, of course, not like everyone. But yeah. So like when that comes to it, you kind of like have to like you know. Indie VTuber, like I say, like I think like the 90% of VTuber I talk about, like that is just doing it for hobbies, is actually indie VTuber. Like basically it's just some of the like back in the days like VTuber is like actually like very weeb things. And then like we as a weeb that want to become a talking walking cartoon, you know. And we managed to achieve that dream. But yeah. But also same time, like nowadays, like a lot more people who are just streamer and then just see like VTuber is a thing that they can take advantage of, and then they become VTuber. You know, it's like how you call people like a tourist anime watcher or a tourist gamer. VTuber is also nowadays that there are actually legit quite a lot of like tourist VTuber issues too. Because basically they do not understand the culture itself, and then the first thing they go in there is to question a shit tons of shit. But sometimes you do want to like ask some like law question like this one, you know, when money comes in mind, you know. But I mean like culture is culture, like law stuff is law stuff. They have to like separate it, you know. Yeah, not everyone want to use face cam. Actually, I always like stream with either body cam or face cam sometimes. I'm fine with it. This is why I'm a little bit different with like other VTuber. I kind of immune to like the, you know, being anonymous thingy. But yeah, there's like lots of like complex things going on. And nowadays with like Niji Sanji stuff like happens, it kind of like open up a lot more topic to talk about, especially on this kind of like very complex topic. Yeah, I think the hand I draw a little bit too small. I need to expand the space a little bit. Well, it's not really drama, to be honest. In a sense, like it's a very important thing to talk about because it really like affect people's livelihood. It's not just like drama anymore at that point. Is when things like starting to involve like money and law, it's not drama. because like it really does affect people's livelihood. If you're going to talk about people's life as drama, then that would be like, like very like demerit like the terms on the word drama, or you expand the terms itself. As you already can see, I'm drawing someone, a VTuber called Sayume Kiseki. I have a program that is like promoting my art skill to people that, I draw and stuff, And as a Malaysian VTuber, I realized this one thing just not long ago. There's actually a lot more Malaysian VTuber than that I know of. So I decided to like do a thing called like Art to Meet You. It's basically I draw a random technically it's not random, like an acquaintance, like Malaysian VTuber, and then after I finish drawing her, and then him or her, I just like give like, hey, nominate another person so I can keep drawing and maybe have some potential chattery with people. Like it's basically like doing networking stuff but via artwork. So I just keep on drawing, finish drawing, nominate the next person, talk about some ideas, and then draw it. Just keep doing that over and over and over again. It's not like a very like it's like not actively searching VTuber from my country, because back then I was in a VTuber community, but it's almost like an international, or like you can say everyone. Technically it's not my phone message, it's my camera. Those all backup camera I have, I don't know why sometimes they actually like I silence them, but at the end they still somehow have like some notification pop up. I have no idea why. I don't give a shit anymore, because every single time I just silence them and then they unsilent themselves. It's a weird thing. I think my house has a ghost. But yeah, back to the topic. But yeah, it's not like I actively search like Malaysian VTuber, because like here's the thing, like Malaysian is a very weird situations that is like we are in between Thailand and Singapore. Like these two countries is like quite famous. For some reason, while we are in between them, we become completely incognito. Like you can ask a lot of friends, like, or like people that that when they sort of like are like, like not Malaysian, not even like close to Malaysia. It's like not people from Thailand, not people from Singapore, like just people from like on the western side. Just ask them what is Malaysian or where is Malaysia. They have zero idea, unless they have like getting like S from like geography. Generally, nobody know where Malaysia is. Or what is Malaysia? It's a very weird thing. But yeah, there's actually like Malaysia is one of the densest, like I think it's like in Southeast Asia, like we have like one of the few densest city in like Asia country, Southeast Asia country. But yeah. What again? The power of war. Everyone feel how much they can without paying. I have no idea what they are talking about. But yeah, like so I was like in the international like VTuber community, and then everyone is Westerner. I won't really say Westerner. It's more like on the Western side, or like like on America, Europe side, or like on the Australia side. That's issues. Like sometimes VTuber they if they want to do networking and stuff, they have to collab with people sometimes. Like chat with them, do something together. The issue is like if I'm in Malaysia, I'm from Southeast Asia. I have a very like weird time zone compared to them. They are literally on the other side of the planet, And Australia is the one that is kind of like closest if one to count Westerner stuff, between like Asia stuff. And even I somehow managed to collab with like Australian streamer. It's going to like have a ping issues, like 200 plus above ping issues. It's going to be like a bit like difficult to stream with them. Sometimes it doesn't have any issues, but sometimes like playing something like a Valorant or something like very like snappy reaction based. Holy shit, why is my phone keep ringing? I silenced that phone. I need to silence it again. Maybe it's just restarting itself. Okay. I have like kind of like 3 different phones like right in front of me. Now they just like keep talking to themselves. I need to like silence everything. Like either way. Let's get back. So like doing collab, have to like manage time zone and everything is very difficult. So I found out that, oh, I can just like, you know, if I really want, I can collab with like Malaysians. Just done. Be done with it. Because like here's the thing, like I don't think like a lot of like Southeast Asia, they do streaming, they use English as a language that much. Malaysia actually are quite prolific English speakers, to say. Either you will listen to someone speak Malaysian Malaysian English or like normal English. I speak normal English. You kind of can listen to it, but there's also Malaysian English, or you can kind of like, if you listen enough, you know like there's like an Asian tone to any people who is Asian and try to speak English. They will always speak sometime like this. It's not a stereotype. It's not a very stereotype thing, because like this is normally how a Malaysian speak English. We only know enough vocabulary for communication. Despite we can speak like in very fast pace and very like fluently, they usually don't understand us at all on the Western side. And then there's like some people who know how to speak English properly. Yeah, like us. You know. But generally, not a lot of like any other country like will, you know, like exclusively like speak English on internet, you know? Like Indonesia's, you know, they speak Indo when they do streaming, Hololive, like unless they kind of like is some sort of like agency Vtuber, and then they want to like target more audience, they will start speaking English, you know. But generally in Southeast Asia, the Vtuber and streamer, they will speak their own language. They won't really use English. Since I'm an English speaker, so I kind of like have to like you know, like talk to a lot of like Western side of VTuber or like streamer, because I use English. I need to collab with them, but collabing with them is, I won't say a hassle, it's like impossible. Almost impossible. So the only people that I can collab with now, I kind of think of it, is either Singaporean or a Malaysian or a Japan like English teachers. If that person who also teach English in Japan, they kind of like, because we only like have an hour difference, so we kind of like can sort of like, you know, like be collab with them easier, because one, they know English, second, we have like the closest time zone if we are sort of like in different separate places. I know Steven, he always say emotional damage. I know. I think Obama fried chicken is in China, not Malaysia. Malaysia is very far apart from China, okay? We are very, very different places. Means that you also fail your geography. Yeah, because here's the thing, like, there's a thing why China have like a lot of like weird ass brand, because they are mandatory. They are mandatory, and then I think it's like some of the like Muslim country too. They have like a mandatory no American import all branding like thingy. So, but you know, like businessmen, still businessmen, they somehow manage to either replicate or like, you know, like kind of like smuggle some like you know, like the branding they banned to have, you know. So that's end up like with like a lots of like like a weird ass like copy pasta like company name in there. Malaysia, we have KFC. It's just normal. Malaysia is one of the most open country you can ever find, but also you can also say like the most dirty country you can ever find in the street. If you go to normal places, fine, it's going to be clean. But if you go to like, you know, like those kind of night market and stuff, holy shit, trash is just everywhere. You want to invite back, you can put everything in and back, then will never come full. I also have no idea what to talk about. If you want to talk about D&D stuff, I only know minimum stuff. Yeah. Actually, strangely, like, lots of people, like, I know on the Western side, they always, like, either they played D&D before or, like, very into D&D. And I was like, interesting. Because personally, I don't really know lots of D&D until I start to play like Pathfinder, like, you know, the not Pathfinder the board game, Pathfinder the video game, the Kingsmaker, and then later on like the, you know, like the other stuff, also Baldur's Gate 2. And then I kind of like slowly getting exposed, know the existence of D&D. Else I would not know the anything from D&D at all. Yeah, have fun doing what you do. I enjoy the chat. I have to work on my stuff anyway.
Information. As a U.S. citizen, China has far less ability to influence you than your own government does, right? And by the way, they have been wildly exposed as messing with all forms of social media. We saw that in the Twitter files or the X files, whatever you want to call it, right? Where they exposed essentially the FBI was directing Twitter during the last cycle to delete, ban, block certain things and people and topics. So that's much more concerning to me than whatever China's doing. All right. And then last here, Zal3 says, yay, Mitsubishi V stream. She is a wonderful person. She seems really fun. And am I right, Rima, that she speaks 3 languages?
I have no clue.
Well, she's Indonesian, right? So she's got Indonesian and English, clearly. I think she may also know Japanese. I
mean,
I think
I watch a little bit, and she speaks Indonesian a lot, but I don't know about the Japanese part.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Perhaps. I know there's at least a couple other Indonesians that are trilingual. But all right, here we go.
That's the thing, right? Like, I'm very aware of this, so I try to be very careful with my money. Thankfully, I can say like this is very self-centered, but I'm relieved to say that I have never once really had to suffer too much. I did have one issue that put me in a really bad place. Because this was my first and hopefully last financial problem I've ever really encountered. Because
okay, so let me off the bat say my initial take for her was like she seems very responsible and thoughtful. And for example, I would contrast her with like my listening to Doki, because like Doki, when I listen to Doki, Doki's like, oh yeah, I realized I had to do a very basic thing that's kind of simple, but like in a cute way. Like Doki does it in a cute way. Like, oh, I realized that I can't curse in the first 10 minutes. And then she says, fuck, you know, and then she gets demonetized. Like, you know, it's like she'll do something like absent mindedly, right? Versus like Michi seems like she's tries to be more intentional about it, and that's different personalities, and one's not better than the other. It's just like different perspectives. So because of that, because I don't think she'd overlook something, is why I put a little bit more stock in this, and why I think everybody puts a little bit more attention on this, is because she seems like a thoughtful person and not like a careless person, right? So I think a lot of VTubers could have made far worse issues than this and could have screwed things up way, way, way worse than this. Yeah. So
Because of like, it's not even my fault, right? Like, because keep in mind, I am insanely paranoid about this. So I've always been scared about being in debt. And here's like a little story. Please do not like. I know some people will speculate and shit. Like, I just want you to know it's already over. It's in the past. No speculating. It's just something that
well, a little too late for that, right?
I mean, you can't put something out there in the public sphere, and you can't control what people are gonna discuss. You know, you can't stop
Yeah.
people from discussing thing. You speak when I speak about something on my stream, even in my Discord, which is supposed to be private, I treat everything like it's a public platform. So you put something out there to the public, fully knowing, especially when she makes it vague.
Oh yeah, I
it
need to
leaves a
fix the
lot
hand
to
and
people's
stuff.
imagination, and well, people have very active imagination.
Again, every single time I use
So
this, don't copy what I do. It's not because
yeah,
like it's a
it-
trade
it-
secrets or
Sorry,
anything.
speaking of
Like if you
active
really don't know
imagination,
what you're
Parrot said,
doing,
demand mod or I riot, and I said ban Parrot mod.
if you
ban
really
Parrot,
don't know
ban
what you're
Parrot
doing,
right now.
this
I'm
this
joking, I'm
this
joking. Just
method
time
is
Hi,
him out
going
for
to
10
seconds.
ruin your
Just time
artwork.
him out for 10 seconds. That said, that's good to see you, bro. Good to see you in the chat. But yeah, no, but in yeah, overall, I think that. Well, and let me get this one here because this super chat was actually really on point. Silbury said, "Your commentary about the enforceability of contracts internationally and the fragility of NDAs is breaking down the PL taboo." I don't know. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? I don't know. I mean, that wasn't my intention, but the thing is that I have to talk about certain things in order to just have a proper discussion. So if I could never mention, for example, that like Doki Bird was selling Tatsuki, like that's going to make it impossible to have any
Yeah.
sort of conversation. I can't have a conversation if that's what is going on, right?
Yes.
So
And people do get annoyed. Like in my Mori Calliope video, I was skirting around trying to, you have to find really imaginative way not to mention the PL, and everybody was like, "Why are you doing all of this? Like we all know she's this person," and they were getting annoyed.
I think this is a very good comment from Sketch Therapy. Very good
Yeah,
comment.
yeah, sketch therapy. That's right.
Very good. Thar just says, just want to say, if it was Nietzsche, she did a donathon for charity during her time she was in debt. She could have gone to prison, but she chose to help kids. Yeah, that's pretty stand-up thing to do. Just saying, pretty stand-up thing to do.
True for money.
I'm here for the scuffs. Let's get the bird in here. The bird needs to like add me on Discord or something. I'm too.
Now, why I
I'm
say
not
like
cool
doing
enough
this
for
is
Parrot yet.
kind of like you
Like, I'm not
have
cool
to
enough for
know
Parrot.
what you're
Parrot's
doing
not
when you're
Discord.
trying to do this.
Really hurt.
It's
Hurt
because
Parrot.
like you can see like the
And then
noodle
Limar says,
art
"Hi
thing.
Andrew, Michi
Like
might be talking about a
usually
former
you
job
this
in
is
the
not
fashion
like an
industry. There are many
omnipotent way
international
to sort of
companies
like
online business.
morph around like
Yes,
your
and
artwork.
many
You can kind of
companies
like
employ
notice this
workers
like
in
it's
Southeast Asia
significantly
because they cost less.
blurrier
Mm.
This is a very
after you
common
move
thing,
like everything.
which
It's
is one of
significantly
the
blurrier
reasons
than
why
like
I say we
the one
cannot
I have. Like
assume
now
this
my
is
artwork is like
a
on this
this
point
is
is like they are
Nijisanji because
sharp
she
looking,
obviously
but on
speaks
here they
fluent
start to get
English.
blur because the
I
moment you
would hire
move
her to
stuff,
do
they
work
start to get
if
blur.
I had something for
So
her to do.
you have to like
Like,
find a
you know,
way
like
to
she,
kind
because
of
her
like
English is of a
correct it
level
yourself,
that is really
or if you
good,
didn't manage to
and
correct it, it's going to
honestly,
look a little
as an
bit
American
weird at
who,
the end
like,
result
if
of
you
your
need
artwork.
work
Unless you
done,
really
we
want
are
to like
always looking for people
have
we can
everything
hire
have a little
abroad
bit
because
blur edge,
we're able
you
to pay you.
may
Like she
be able
says,
to
I mean,
just
she was
blur
we'll get to the point
everything
where she's
else
super excited
if you want
about
to.
$600
But usually I
an
can tell her like
hour,
no,
and let me
no,
look at like
that
the
is like not going to
average
happen.
wage in Indonesia.
So I
And
realized the
right,
forearm is a
so
little
like
bit
the
too small,
average
so I
wage is
extend and increase the size
$818.
of it.
That's
But
monthly
also realized
household
that like
salary,
this
right?
part of the arm is like
$818
a little bit
in
too long.
Indonesia,
Like the arm is
which I think
supposed to
is
be
what
like in
12
this
million Indonesian
length,
rupiah. So yeah,
but it seems like
she's
I
really
made the
excited
armpit a
about
little
getting
bit
the
like too
600
much.
USD, right?
So I need to
That
like
is not
somewhat
even able
move
to
the item a
afford
little
a
bit
basic
more.
apartment in America, in most American cities. So clearly there's different standard of living. No, it was like 600 a month, 600 a month, $600 a month USD, right? And we'll get to it. She mentions it in this, but yeah, it's guys, this is the difference. This is arbitrage, international arbitrage. It is a big thing. Pie Baker says there's a misconception of privacy invasion with TikTok. Our local social media utilizes your cookies. TikTok keylogs your phone, accesses your bank account, disregards your permissions for GPS, mic cameras. No, Pie Baker, I know it does all that, right? What I'm saying is that that's not right. It's not good. It's stupid. It's bad. Um, but there's also certain entities that are doing things like that as well, and they're within the U.S. That's also going on as well. That doesn't make it right for either of them to do that. That make it's still wrong for both of those entities that are doing that. But some of them are American that are doing that. And these are obviously the Chinese-led company. Professional gentleman, 5 Canadian says phone privacy is a huge issue. How many of you pay attention to the permissions apps when you install them? Nothing special about TikTok on that. Nope. Very much true. We'll do it, guys. I'll do a TikTok stream. Okay. I didn't know TikTok was going to be so popular, but I'll do a TikTok stream. Okay. I didn't want to go there, but I'll do it. I'll do it.
Story that I can finally tell, right? So I have been working since I was like 14, 15. Like I've always worked, you know? Okay, good chat, good, good, good. Okay. So I've always worked ever since I was younger. So the moment I turned 18, I immediately applied for like, my MPWP, like my taxes, right? That's like a tax number, is I think what it's called. I forgot. But I immediately applied for this.
That's like in the US applying for a social security number to pay taxes, right? You can do that at a certain point. So, and you can also, this is a very important thing, and this is very important to this story, at least in the United States and in many other countries, you can voluntarily pay taxes. Okay. So if you want to voluntarily pay taxes or overpay, you can do that. Right. So you can do things like that once you've got that information, got that number, right? You got a tax ID number, right? So, and one of the important things of having that is it is an ID, it's an ID number, and it can go towards various things like your retirement. It can go towards sort of social programs, which vary country to country, right? So, yeah. So just understand that paying taxes is obviously important in no matter what country you are, but in some countries, it is you are able to give tax payments voluntarily, and this is it'll become relevant later.
Even though my income wasn't enough to pay taxes, it's just like just to be safe, right? I know I act like a gremlin and shit, like I act like an asshole, but I really, really do not want to go to jail. So I've immediately had like, yeah, tax registration number. So basically, I registered myself into like all this shit because in my country, it's not automated. You have to like sort it out and then go to the office, IRL, have like the meetings, they take your picture, etc., to apply, right? So
This is how it is in many countries outside the United States, by the way. This is not like just Indonesia. So just so you know, a lot of stuff has to be done in person. I'm getting my visa stuff updated in Thailand soon, and I've got to physically go into an office to have the picture taken, to see me, to do face-to-face, talk to somebody. So a lot of stuff is face-to-face. I know in the US, we've made a lot of stuff, in Canada as well, has made a lot of stuff electronic, but that's very much the reality for a lot of people in the world.
Yes, there are plus and minuses of that system that I won't talk about because it is a little bit political and I'm not going to talk about that because I don't know. All I know is I'm a good citizen. I am a good law-abiding citizen that I've always paid my taxes the moment I turned 18. So when I was 18 to around 20, yeah, 18 to 20, I didn't earn enough to pay my taxes. So thankfully, I didn't have to go through that. But I was very, very aware of how the system worked, right? Because unironically, I was so scared of like going to jail for like tax evasion or some shit. Because like, especially if I
To be honest, I mean, people were saying it in the chat, in her chat, and other places, like, you know, the famous side, the Joker is afraid of the IRS. But like, for real, don't fuck with the IRS, don't fuck with taxes wherever you are, because you know people can get away with a lot, but like typically tax evasion will get everybody. I mean, Wesley Snipes is in jail, Al Capone, right? You know, they'll get you on the taxes, right? Make sure you've paid your taxes. It is very important. They will get you on that.
didn't mean it, like I accidentally don't know how to file my taxes and boom, I'm done for. So I tried my best to learn everything. But the moment I turned like around 20, that's when I started getting like a job, right? Like I got an office job,
So
etc.
she hold on. So this now she's giving a timeline. So now she's saying, okay, she's 20. Now, I don't know her current age. Do you, Rima? Is she set
No.
her age? Yeah. So as far as I know, I don't know her current age. So I don't know. I don't know how much we can, like start trying to do the guessing game of like she was at this age when this happened, right? So, but still, you've got some frame of reference of like relative time periods that are going on here.
And I started earning a little bit more, but I still have to pay taxes. Not a fuck ton, but a little bit more. Like at that time, I think I earned around like full transparency around $600 a month.
Okay, there you go. 600, and I'm assuming she's talking US, because once again 600 would be like nothing in Indonesian rupiah, because their currency is wildly inflated, right? So yeah, that's like, once again, 600 is, let me just do a quick and this is in current, not backdated, because obviously this would change. But yeah, 600 right now is about almost 10 million Indonesian rupiah, 9,755,000. So obviously those numbers are large. So it's not 600 Indonesian, it's 600 US.
And that's insane because that was like a fresh grad thing, right? As a fresh grad, earning $600 a month is insanely huge, or like $500 a month. I don't know the conversion rates, but you need to earn around $300 a month to not pay taxes. If you earn anything above it, you pay taxes. TLDR, right? So
which is true in many countries. So most countries have essentially what I'm going to call a poverty cutoff, right? So like if you're poor as fuck, you're typically paying zero. And let me Google this. I'm not sure what percentage of, let's say, Americans pay no taxes, pay no income taxes.
I'm
I
curious about that.
believe. Well, I'm just saying, I think it's the majority. So 40% of households in the US pay zero. So that
Oh.
means they're under,
I
right?
thought-
They're under the threshold.
Oh, I thought America did things differently and they tax the poor and they tax the rich less. But
And that's a common misconception, right?
I saw a documentary on it.
Yeah,
And
well,
there was a millionaire that said he only paid a little bit of taxes.
Yeah, well, the thing is that there's a lot of different types of taxes, right? So there's certain types of taxes that you can minimize. There's other types of taxes that you're going to end up paying a lot, right? So obviously, if the millionaire is buying, like, for example, a yacht, right? Like the sales tax on that is going to be pretty intense, right? So obviously, there's different types of taxes. So there's going to be certain taxes that the millionaire is paying a lot of, and certain things like property tax, for example, he's definitely paying a lot on that. She's not going to be able to get out of that. So there's different capital gains tax, or the stuff like that. Someone just mentioned that in the chat. So they tax fucking everything everywhere, right? But in terms of some types of tax, like income tax, yeah, there are ways to make that really, really small. And if you're a millionaire, you can figure out how to make that really, really small. I talked to a lot of folks who are really high up who pay little. Warren Buffett famously said he pays less than a secretary, but that's an income tax. There's other things he'll pay. So said, yeah, there's a cutoff. So that's the poverty cutoff in Indonesia. Apparently, is about 300, and below that, you're not paying anything.
The tax system in Indonesia is easier to understand. It's just annoying to file. Like every other thing, it's just annoying to file and report, but it's easy to understand once you get the hang of it. Thank you for the sub. Welcome to the scambership. Welcome. But yeah, I earned around 500 to 600. I don't know the dollars, I think. 6 juta. I don't know what 6 juta is. You know, let me convert it. IDR to USD. 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, I'm doing that all the time.
Shit, I lied. I earned 369 USD. At that time, I'm pretty sure it was around 400 to 500. Okay, but conversions are bad. Okay.
Well, and
but-
they fluctuate wildly. For example, here, just in like Thailand, I'll use for example, it's gone from like essentially, while I've been here, I think we even were at like 33 baht to a dollar to up to 37, almost 38. You know, so like I mean, it's hard to tell at any given point what it is. So that's why you always really got to check and just use it as a rough estimate when somebody tells you in one currency to another, because you know it's going to fluctuate over time. For example, the yen has really gone down. So what was used to be a pretty stable conversion of like, oh, $1 is 100 yen, and you know, $10 is 1,000. That's not correct anymore. So it's not as easy to say, oh, this was 10,000 yen or 1,000, whatever, 1,000 yen, therefore it's X. That's not necessarily correct. So just be very careful with that, guys.
Now I earned $369 a month, which is huge for me at that time. Okay, I was flexing a little with that amount of cash.
In Indonesia for sure, yeah.
And then well, it wasn't like life changing, but I could survive. So that's good. That's all I cared about. As long as I don't die, I'm good with it. So I started filing my taxes. So ever since, like, basically the government has a record that I have always like been a law-abiding citizen, right? I always pay my taxes. I always do my reports. Everything's good and dandy. Until I worked in a different job.
Okay, so there's the hint, right? She said the word. Did you hear it, Rima?
Until I worked at a different job.
Different job. So she had previously been talking about a job that paid her a flat rate. Now, this is what actually got my little percentage to tick up a little bit higher, that it could be Niji Sanji, because at first she's talking about a fixed rate, like a salary of $600.
Her post-grad job.
month.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes, so that was $600.
Mm.
And obviously that is not Niji Sanji, because Niji Sanji pays you based on revenue. It's a revenue split, right? So it would not be a stable number. It would be a fluctuating number.
Right.
So by saying different job, and also some people pointed out there's a bit of hesitation there, right? But I think that does make it that's a factor that goes in the favor of, okay, it's another job. And I think if she added a certain word, I would be 100% with Niji Sanji. If she said at another certain job, like with a little bit of inflection, I'd be like, it's 100% Kurosanji. But it's likely, it's raised in likelihood here, but it's not 100% yet. But once again, that word there was one I had to listen for, and I caught it on the second time I watched this. Oh, also before we start here, some super chats for you, Rima. Kirthan Naida says, forgot to say, hi, Rima.
Hi, Kirtan.
And Leprechaun Gold for 20. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. And then Darcy says, her charity event truly proves her character. Yes. Yes, indeed. And Kirthan also said earlier, Michi mentions her manager seems like a big difference with the Niji managers. Yes, also, I'm not going to play this clip, but I did receive a clip of her saying that Vshoujo made her get a lawyer before you sign. So seems similar. Okay. Hey, Legal Mindset. Could you maybe talk slower in the first 2 hours so 1.5 speed catch up can understand you? Hold on. I got a clip for you. You want me to speak slower? Hold on.
Fuck you. Fuck
You know, I actually
Appreciate
do
you,
want
bro.
to do this kind of
Kid
things
says, I
too,
saw Mitchy stream. I just
like
wanna check
using the
if
VTuber
taxes
reference
were
and
filed.
stuff.
Oh man. And so Bree says, I think it's a net positive because NDAs generally benefit agencies more than talents. I value that you did it so they can all call out bad agencies. Yeah.
But you know, like as an
indeed.
official VTuber,
I think
like,
every
this kind of things
agency
need to
that
be
is
like,
doing something wrong should
you
be
know.
called out, not just Niji Sanji. And
If I
even
really
if,
want to
look,
do
guys,
myself,
I know
you
that
know,
it's like
kind of thing
heresy or something, but
always comes
even if
to
it was
mind.
Hollow Live and they did something wrong, I would say they did something wrong, right? If no matter the agency, right? I have
Yeah.
nothing is sacred ground, right? So they would deserve to be called out. Let's continue here.
And basically, here in my country, I don't know if it's very common all over the world, but for Indonesia, there is an option where your company files your taxes for you and they pay your taxes for you.
Okay, full stop. Let's talk about this country to country. This is
Oh, yeah, by the way,
I
is
don't
my
know
mic
whether
picking
this
up
is
like
normal.
the
Let's
video?
explain this part.
All right.
So let's use the US for example. In the US, we have payroll taxes. Your employer, if you're employed in a general as an employee, not an independent contractor, as an employee, a proper employee, you've got health care, you got your little dental plan, you got your little retirement fund, your 401k, you're a regular employee, you got your little lunch box, you're going 9 to 5, you're doing your normal little 9 to 5 job, you're probably having your income taxes withheld by your employer. That's normal. That's very normal, right? Now, even though they are withholding those taxes, at the end of the year, you personally, not your corporation, you personally are responsible for filing your taxes. Now,
Yeah.
you may have no other income other than what was on your W2, what you're getting from your employer. Maybe that's all the money you get, right? Maybe that's all the money you get, but you still have to file. And if you don't file, that's not on your company. And I know this may hurt some people who like want this part of the rat to be true, but it's on you personally. And this is an
Yeah, it kind of
educational thing for
is.
people. And this is true from what I understand in almost every country I've been to. It's been true that you personally are responsible to file your own taxes. Your employer does have to send you paperwork, but ultimately you need to file. And ultimately, if there's an issue or discrepancy, it always is going to come back to you. It usually comes back on you, right?
Yeah, it's the
and
same
your
in
job to
Canada.
sort that out. Yeah, so yeah. in Canada,
Yeah,
yeah.
like so you can be employed and they'll withheld like a certain amount on each paycheck. So maybe at the end of the year, so maybe throughout the year, it just makes it so at the end of the year you don't have that much of a big amount to pay. You'll still have to pay probably, but at least it'll be divided through your paychecks.
And Rima, I think we've talked about this before, but like you talk about having like a normie job, right? Like, you know, that
No, I've always been freelance.
always been freelance. Oh, you always been
Well,
freelance.
no, I
Always,
mean
always.
I've worked in retail and stuff before, but I've always been
Okay.
freelance. Like I've worked multiple freelance jobs. I've done both, but I also like I talk to people that are in corporate jobs, and everybody
Mhm.
files their taxes, even if they're
Mhm.
being withheld. Like spoke to somebody, they said their job withheld like $40,000 total throughout the year, and they still
Mhm.
had to pay like $5,000 at the end with their taxes.
Ooh,
So
okay.
I'm not sure what kind of misunderstanding happened.
Well,
Yeah.
you can have. Well, the thing is, like, let's say, okay, so let's say you're working your normie job. You're working at like Tim Hortons, right? You're
Yeah,
working at
Tim
Timmy's,
Hortons.
okay? We're working at Tim Hortons, but you're also a VTuber. So the reason why you have to report your taxes, not your company, is because how is Tim Hortons know about your VTubing? It's
Mm.
impossible. They cannot know. There's no way for them to know. And if you're making any money off of your VTubing, you have to report that. You're supposed to report that. And by the way, because it's Google, the government is definitely going to see that. So you 100% need to be reporting any income you're making, right?
Yep.
Don't think because it's online, it's going to be secret. You better be reporting
Yeah.
it.
Yeah, I just did my taxes, and yeah, we had to report everything, unfortunately.
And you've got and as you know, Rima, like you get taxed on
Oh, hi there,
YouTube
punk.
income,
Mm-hmm.
right? Now
And
you
YouTube
can
doesn't
make
Yeah, I didn't lost
withhold
too
at the
much.
source either, right?
I was doing some art tutorial
you
teaching
can make
about how
vid-
not
you
to
can
use the
treat it as a
liquefy
business and make
2 in the
business
wrong way.
deductions against it and whatever else. But like
Speaking about liquefy
that
2, I
is an
still
income
haven't
source.
finished
Yeah.
It's an income
fixing
source.
the things that
So
cost yet.
when I'm reporting, and this is just guys, this is normal, right? This is everywhere, you know, U.S., Canada. But like when you're making income, you report the income. Like you have to report that income. So just understand that like a basic thing that a lot of people are getting wrong is saying, well, oh, how didn't her employer file her taxes for? Well,
Yeah, no
technically
one
that's
does
not.
that.
Yeah, that's not true. Where the real negligence came in was in the communication.
Yes.
And we're going to get to that, right? So
Yes.
it's not the fact the employer had to file taxes. That is a wild misunderstanding.
That's also my take. Unless it was written in black and white, we're gonna file your taxes, and like my most I don't know, generous interpretation would be like maybe the manager could have been non-English speak, like the person who wrote the it was a mistranslation or something like
Correct.
that. Then that could maybe be a possibility. But aside from that, I'd say it's mostly your responsibility as an individual to figure out how you're going to do your taxes. And that's why people get accountants. Yeah, even when they are employed. But when you get your freelance, it's a bit more complicated too. But yeah.
I hire an accountant because I don't want to make sure everything is right. I
Yeah,
want to
me
make sure
too.
somebody who's a professional, who's looking at it, even if I'm competent. And when I was working for corporations, when I was in law firms, working in corporations, when I was a bartender, a waiter, you know, even when I was doing, sketchy.
You know, the funny thing is, like, I
semi-closet,
currently
even
don't really have to
illegal,
like pay taxes
construction
yet.
work as a youth,
Even though I
right?
do like
I usually did my own taxes,
right?
Yeah.
You know, like art commission and stuff.
but nowadays,
barely
especially
survived.
with everything going on, I make
Yes,
sure I pay
like
somebody
you need to
because I don't
earn like
want
a
any
certain
mistakes, right?
amount
I want to make sure everything
to
is
actually like get
legit.
taxes in the first place in Malaysia.
So
But I
I'm
didn't
also
even
now
reach
officially
that
friends with
mark.
Parrots on Discord. So
Ah,
Yeah, I
sometimes I
sent
talk
him
about
a
that. I feel
Discord.
sad about it.
I'm like, oh, we're friends now. Nomura Nobuhai says, just imagine if Congress did the ethical thing and banned everyone in government from participating in securities, stock, bonds, market via trust. Yeah, it's weird how all these Congress people become so much richer in the stock market as soon as they join Congress. It's weird how that happens. It's really weird. You know, they like join Congress and they're all of a sudden making all these great stock picks. It's really weird. Muzzy Skeleton says, another informative stream. Thanks, Andrew. Also, hola, Rima. I hope you have another
Hola.
collab with that very, very, very short parrot, hopefully in Espanol. I hope the hard work you both, I appreciate the hard work you both put into your streams. Oh, that's very nice. YouTube
Oh, you want to
TD
follow my
Webster.
Twitter? Easy, just type my
Sounds
name.
like a personal problem.
I'm not kidding. Since my name is like on the, I have like full name there, so it's a little bit on the
Asia,
unique side.
Baskin
You just type my
Robbins
name, you kind of like can find
is
me.
super dominant.
Or like Elias, just
Muzzy
type my name
Skeleton,
without the space.
20 legal mindset memberships. Thank you so much, Muzzy. And to the chat for Muzzy.
The full name, Kiray
And,
Vacuo.
Professional Gentleman says, Rima's Spanish is impeccable. Parrot can confirm.
Si, senor.
I don't think he can. I don't think he can. I'll send. I just sent Parrot the link because somebody here is like, Parrot, join the call and bye. You got the link, Parrot. If you want to join, you can stop by and say hi. But all right, let's continue with this.
That is a very, very common practice, right? You have to be employed under them, though. So
But funny
what
thing is
they
that
do
when I say
is,
like
let's
I'm
say
a
they give you a fixed amount, like
art
okay, every
commissioner,
month I will give you
not art
5
commissioner, you know, like I do art
500
commissions. I
USD,
barely
right?
even
Every
like
month
do
I'll give you
marketing about
500
it.
USD.
People
But
only
I will
know
take
that I do art
10%
commissions
out of that
by asking.
to pay for your taxes.
I don't actually
Yeah,
actively
you
go
still
around
have to pay
telling
it, but you
people,
still have to report
hey,
it.
you
You still
know,
have to report
I
your
do art
taxes and
commissions,
everything,
you know?
but you don't have to pay it outside
Because
of
here's the thing,
your
like,
own card. Like
I'm actually more like a
she's
content
incorrect.
creator first,
She's
streamer seconds,
describing withholding
live third,
right now.
art
So
commission.
she's saying
As an Easter
your
egg.
employer withholds money. You still have to file your taxes, but
I don't want like our
they
commissions to be
withhold,
like
right?
my
So
main
she's
business or
describing
anything
it,
like
maybe
that.
not using the word withhold,
But people would ask
essentially
like,
she's saying
if you
withhold.
kind of
She
like
said you
doing
still
all
have to
this,
file
you're
your
not earning
taxes.
anything at all. How do you survive?
Yeah, so I'll
Well, to be
rewind
honest, I
there,
have no
like,
idea
So
how.
why
1
didn't
second.
she? So then
Currently,
is it
I
something
just
else?
living like
It's
a
no,
very like
they're
no
registering
liability
her as
life at the
underpaid.
moment, or you
I'll
can
tell you
say very
exactly
privileged
why.
life.
Yeah, tapi tetap harus lapor. Yeah, but you still have to report it. You still have to report your taxes and everything, but you don't
Because
have to
most
pay
people
it
who do
outside of
streaming and stuff,
your
they
own
kind of
part.
like have,
Oh.
you know,
you
like a
still have to
side gig,
report.
side job,
She
some
should have
stuff
used the
like
word
that.
file, but report and
Okay.
file are kind of the same thing because they don't
Yeah.
know, the government doesn't know what you make until
Yeah,
you
I have
file.
no idea why.
Mm.
I
Like
mean,
even in
there's
YouTube, I kind of
certain
like got a
ways
shadow
they
ban
know.
for some
And
reasons.
I'll tell you exactly how she got in trouble. Because it's Google, which is a major corporation, and because it hit her bank account, right?
Yeah.
If it
You know
was
what?
stacked
Just
up
directly
in cash,
show you this.
which is why drug dealers.
Maybe is it because I
watch
never
Ozark or
dealt
whatever,
with
right? They
the
use cash
bot
for a
that
reason,
that
because
you
it's
know
not
like
hitting a bank
sometimes bot
account.
like will
But
keep
spoiler
following
alert,
people for no
bank
reasons.
accounts are telling the
Maybe
government,
because I never
you know,
dealt with those
"Hey, there's so much
bots,
fucking money in this
and
account," right?
then
And if it shows up
could
a
have
bunch of
sort of
money
like shadow
showing up
ban you or
and
something
you
like that.
haven't paid, right? The government's gonna IRS.
Like even YouTube, I kind of get shadow
Yeah,
banned
but
too.
I mean, even if
Like
you
back then, I
are getting
noticed
paid
like
in
when I kind of like
By the way,
stream
real quick,
around
anyway, guys, that's
like
bullshit. The IRS knows
2
exactly
hour
what you're
max or like 1 hour
doing. That's
max,
what I'm saying, man. If it hits your bank account,
my reach would be like around like
unless you're
3,000,
like
4,000. Now,
but, like, if
after
it's
I
cash,
stream, I take a
obviously,
look at it. Even like
they're,
after another
obviously they're a
after
little bit
tomorrow,
not completely.
my reach is just
you
like
have to be sure that a person paying you in
50
cash
to 60.
didn't make an invoice.
Is
If there's an
not
invoice, then there's a
anything at
number
all. Like
associated with
the YouTube
invoice,
is
and all of
Correct.
that is
actively
tracked.
not
So
sharing my
don't
stuff
think
out.
that you're out of the water just because you got paid in cash.
Correct.
There needs to not be an invoice.
So I
or
don't know what happened,
jail.
to be honest. I think it's just like the
Yeah, no,
music.
If
that's
Like,
they
exactly
file,
you know, like sometimes you even try to like put like normal music, those kind of like non-copyright free music, you will still get flagged by a copyright claim. Nah, Kiray is the very normal name. Technically, nobody uses this name. I tried to check in like the dictionary that there's nothing bad word coming out from Kiray. Vacuo is just a Latin word for emptiness, or like you can say free and empty. You know, like no burden, something like that. Or you can call it in another way to call void, the void of emptiness. That, you know, like the emptiness itself. So it's not like a bad language in the first place. And if you're going to say Vacuo itself is a bad language, dude, Ruby literally have a country called Vacuo. Yeah, some people actually get that reference, but actually I'm not using like Ruby as a reference. I literally go and search like a usable Latin word. You know, since my character is like half inspired by Final Fantasy style, so I you know, like how spiky my hair is. So my hair, so I kind of like you know, Final Fantasy style. Final Fantasy actually use a lot of Latin word as their name, so I kind of like take that as a reference and use it that way. I used to just call Kiray back in the days when I create, you know, these characters and everything. Yeah. And then I was like, I should add like a surname behind it. What kind of surname I have to add? And then I was like, since my character is like kind of inspired by Kingdom Hearts / Final Fantasy art style, so I was like, yeah, let's go with one Latin word. And then yeah, it's very weird. Like currently I can now try to take a look at my reach of this particular stream. How long I've been streaming? Let me tab to check it. Where's my OBS? I've been streaming for like an hour and a half ish. Okay, refresh. go to take a look at the analytic. You know what? Let's try to be. I'm a guy who like willing to share stuff, so don't worry. Here you can see my view is just 4. So for 1.5 hour, I think like I've been streamed for 1.5 hour, and then here the watch time is 1.5 hour. I think you've been here for 1.5 hour. Thank you for staying here. But the reach is just 100. The reach is just 100, and then I can pull out my older stream, like the older. When I say older, I mean like really older stream. Maybe this one. I go to click reach. See, it's actually still low. I need to pull out like even older, because like you kind of can see like copyrighted. Like some place and part, it will like have like copyrighted music. Even though I'm actually like most of the time around this time, I kind of like play a not copyrighted music, I still get copyrighted, because you know copyright troll is a thing. The moment you get a copyright claim, you actually get a shadow ban. So I think I get caught by this like stupid like copyright troll claim too much, and I never take care about it. I kind of like my entire account got shadow banned for a very long period amount of time. But you kind of can see if I kind of go back a few more page. Just go back a few more page, like around like the start of this year, I start back how to like do my streaming and stuff. Just take a look at one of this, I guess. The reach. Oh, this is actually not that much. But I do know like there's a period of amount of time I get like 3,000 reach for most of my stream. Maybe it's because I'm playing Minecraft? Nope. Not that. What happened? Like they actively erasing stuff that I had? Yeah, they actively erasing stuff I have. I remember our craft that I did that time is like 4,000 impressions. 4,000 impressions. Yeah, they're actively also removing quite a lot of stuff too. That's weird. But yeah, you can see like the reach is like very freaking low. And then this past few days, I just like, you know what? I don't give a shit anymore. I just like play any music I want. I'm going to get copyrighted claim anyway, but it seems like it's a poor choice, because like doing that, I kind of like got even further shadow banned to the shadow realm. So yeah. Yeah, it's a weird thing. Like a lot of my friends say like my comment is actually like in like Twitter, my reply is actually like invisible. Like they have to like do an additional button click to actually see my own comment. It's a very weird situations. And then they, of course, they're my friend. They know that I'm not a bot. They told me about it too. It's a very weird situations. Yeah, I guess like I get like the similar issues like back in days in real life, because like here's the thing, like I in real life actually are quite invisible too, because like I have this uncanny ability of people not noticing me, to the point that I can literally go shopping with my friends, and then they can suddenly, if they lost track of me, they can't find me even though I stand right beside them, and then it will scare the shit out of them if I make a sound. Like in my entire family also know that issues. Everyone in my family gets scared by me so many times of me just approaching them normally, like a normal person, and just say hi. And then they would jump hearing my voice every single time because they never expect I just suddenly appeared out of nowhere without any like like hearing footstep on anything. I'm just silent. All my existence is just like fainting most of the time. Yeah, I don't have a pranking personality, sadly. I keep scaring the shit out of people without any like if you keep scaring the shit out of people, you learn to like try not to scare the shit out of people, you know? Like this is my natural ability. Like if I go play hide and seek, no people can find me even though I stand literally right there. I tried that once when I was a kid. I noticed like not a lot of people can notice me at all. So I just tried to play hide and seek and then basically just find a good spot. Maybe not a lot of people will see it, but just stand there. And then the hide and seek persons that trying to find it, he literally walked past me without knowing. And I was like, am I playing Assassin's Creed? Did I do like the incognito thingy? And then like they can't see me at all. Like they are legitly trying to find me. They can't find me. They are not like like being playful, jokishly that being like a gag that I'm just not there. They legitly are worried sometimes I'm just lost somewhere in the mall, and then they just like frantically trying to find me because I kind of tend to get lost quite a lot of the time. But yeah, but they can't actually find me at all. It's a very weird curse I have. It's a very weird curse. Even now, I still didn't know how to like eliminate this thing unless I try to like when I walk, I have to intentionally step like as loud as possible. At this point, I might have to like buy some like clown shoes every single time that every step I take, it get like a squeaky sound so people can hear me. It might have to be that point, you know? Or I need to wear a bell or something. Because like, a lot of people did, a lot of my friends did say like they might have to like consider buy a bell for me because like they can't actually find me. They legitimately can't find me. Who knows? Maybe I'm a cat. I'm just silent. I born way before my time. If I born like a little bit earlier in the 1960s or something like that, I might become like a very famous assassin or something. No people can see me. No people know me. Oops. Could have got. Well, so far so good. Everything I draw. Everything I draw. But yeah, my invisibility issues is very bad. Like, here's the thing. I need to be like the very loud persons in my group because not because I'm a loud person because like I'm a very loud person. I got used to being loud because like if I don't make a sound, people will actually legitimately forget about me. So like imagine like being the clown in the class involuntarily. Just because like if I don't do it, people will not know me at all. And weirdest thing is like it happened yesterday. Mama Void is having like a birthday, so I kind of like go. Of course, I'm attending the birthday like dinner with my family and stuff. You know, I was like sitting there holding the menu up high, and then the waiter just go to each and everyone listening to their order except me. After she listened to the order, the person next to me, and then she just go to back to the cashier, start entering those kind of order in there. And then I was like, what about me? What about me? I haven't ordered yet. And then my family fault me for like not saying a word. It's my fault that I didn't tell the waiter. The waiter literally going to people one by one, and then somehow talk to the person right beside me, and then completely ignore me. I'm not like introvertly silent. I literally had my like, you know, like the food menu, like hold up high, looking at it. How is that not visible enough for them not to ask me that what do I want? You know? It's a very sad thing. Like, I'm always getting ignored, and then there's like a weirdly sad like D&D character I create. It's basically Batman, but he have the issues that people just didn't notice him, not because he's very stealthy. Yeah, I tried D&D once. Didn't actually finish because like the DM actually used to live in Japan, and then he moved back to Texas, and then you know, time issues. No D&D session anymore. But yeah, like my character is literally called Ratman. Ratman. And then he have Ratarang, and then he is actually what do you guys call it again? A Shadow Ranger? Not Shadow Ranger. A Shadow Archer? Not Shadow Archer. What do they call it again? It's a Ranger, but use Shadow. You know? That one. But yeah, it's basically I made a Batman. And then for some reason, like nobody noticed him, no matter what he does. Yeah, I kind of like love that aspect. It's just so me. Everything he do, people just say like, "Why that happened? Why that happened?" I'm literally there. I am there. Yeah, I'm basically in real life. I take notice me senpai to the highest level, but nobody noticed me. Like you can say like sometimes you can see like intro getting ignored because like they are not like vocal enough. Just hear what I talk. Like you know I'm a quite, even though I'm an introvert myself, but I am quite vocal myself. So even doing that shit, people still not noticing me. I don't know like what is happening to me. To be honest, like I try to test my walking. I try to hear is do I make any sound when I walk. I also realize that I don't actually make sound when I walk. I am some sort of like stealth genius in natures. So much so, I think even my breathing doesn't have any sound. Unless I talk, people would not notice me. If I don't talk, my existence will fade into the background. Nobody will remember me at all. Like my existence just gone. And then I watched like a manga. It's about like a guy. He kind of like, you know, like have a dungeon that appear like in his like house and stuff. That thing. He have like one natural ability is like his stealth skill is just max, and then he is like the person that always want people to notice him. And I was like, I feel you, bro. I feel you. Yeah. Just let you know, like if you find a person who are very good at stealth, either they're actively doing that or like sadly they just have like a very low presence themselves. And then nobody is actually noticing them at all. It's a very sad fate of persons. Especially they really like wish people noticing them and then nobody does. That is the saddest thing you can find of a person's. Okay, good. Yeah, using this way to make like a straight line is actually quite easy. What you do is just make a curve of that and then carve it out. I call this like my special carving style. It's basically nobody actually does this shit. I realize that. I've been keep teaching people to do how to do this, but nobody actually can replicate what I'm doing. Even they manage to replicate what I'm doing, they would just after finishing like one artwork of this, they'd be like, I would never do this shit ever again. Like I was like, come on, it's not that hard. Like I guess like everyone have their own skill, you know. This skill just aren't meant for like normal artists, I guess. But I like it because like it have kind of like a more like handcrafting touch to it. You know? Yeah, I don't really want this to be like some sort of like exclusive skill of me. Like, you know, I don't want to like copyright this kind of like work, this kind of technique, stuff like that. You know, some artists actually like do that kind of shit. It's kind of stupid. And then I actively teach people how to do this thing. And then people actively saying like, this is your skill. This is only something that you can do. Then try to make more people suffer from this skill. Yeah, all my friends are like very talented artists. And then they try it once. They say like, I have no idea how your brain functions. How you able to do this? And then the only one person that can do this, after finish doing it, they say like, never tell me to do this thing again. And that one person that know how to do this is because like he's a caricature artist. Caricature artists like have like a thing they have to do. Why he can do like much more easier than, you know, like how easier than other friends that try it is because like caricature artists is like basically they also use this kind of lasso tool to create a silhouette to know the character is going to look like, you know? I'm not making Mickey Mouse. Like they will do like somewhat of this kind of like silhouette shape. And then they will start you know, they will kind of like start drawing with that shape. Like they would draw like, you know, teddy bear or something like that. This is what they normally do when they do like caricature design, you know, doing concept art for characters and then send it to like their client and stuff. And this is what they do. They need to have like a very iconic silhouette enough to let people understand the moment they see the silhouette, they know it's them. This is like one of the art discipline. I never really like make like a tutorial to teach people how to draw, but when I stream, when people ask, I always do like a very in-depth like art tutorial. Sometimes my stream is like literally it's just tutorial. Like draw together or like, you know, like teach drawing together. I can actually show you one of my most proudest like teaching. Teach people how to like do like why art is like this way or that way, because like a lot of people learn art through a way that is like, I can show it to you in here. I always do like a lot of like teaching stuff, lots of like residual stuff is there. One of it is actually loved it most. Where is it? Need some time to search it. I have way too many stuff here. It's vertical. I think it's this one, is it? You know what? I have no idea which one it is. Well, back then I used to be PNG and then I made my own VTuber. Yes, the one that you're looking at right now is self-made. This is the 2.0 versions. The 1.0 version is a different one. Hold on, I need to like find that thing. Is it this? I think it's this. Oh no, it's this one. Haha! This is me trying to teach people how to, why eyes is like some certain way they draw in some certain way. So this is like how you study like eye bag, like why some of like how to shadow the eyes that way. People draw like some certain element of the eye that way. It's like, you notice like every single time people draw like anime face, they have like this like dot in here and then draw a line here. It's actually like we face have muscle. So we have our eyelid here and then we have our eyebrow muscle here. So they kind of like squish together. The moment they kind of like squish together, they create like a cavity here. So that cavity shadow will create like somewhat of a shadow. So anime style actually always like sometimes have like this dimple is actually the representation of that cavity, like muscles or like squeezing together. Like I always teach people that if you want to learn art, don't just learn from copying, like they simply do that so I follow and then I do that too. Like there's always a reasons of like doing things. This is why learn proper art, like proper like full facial art, have a reasons. It's not like skipping like, oh, I'm just doing anime art, so like drawing an actual person is not needed. It's actually quite needed because anime art is basically, or anime or manga art or cartoon art, they basically are just actual person and then just slowly demorph their body. Like you make them like have bigger eyes, this and that, yeah, the other stuff. At the end, they still have a lot of like element of actual human face in there. So if you just like doing it because everyone is doing it, you don't know what is happening. When you're trying to like make your own stuff, you will not be able to make your own stuff properly. You always find like maybe something is missing, you don't know why, or you try to do like something work before and then you try in this angle, you find out that you can't draw it that way. You have no idea why that happened. That is because they never really learned the actual basic of drawing. Some people can draw like really, really well, but they do not actually know the very basic of drawing a lot. This is why like every single time I like do some drawing, and then I always like will be aware, teach people like this kind of thing is happening, and then how to draw things properly and why things is that way. I always know how to draw properly. I just didn't really try to do it that much. Like everyone at least need to know a certain part. They need to like know, and then further enhance, they can do more stuff. You can see like this eye is like completely anime eye, but I add a lot of like realistic element as much as possible. You can kind of like see like it's kind of like looking nice, right? It's not like it has their own style, especially when you say like if you just want to make your life do a copy and paste artwork. I won't say one-to-one copy and paste tracing thing. I mean like the style of that art style, or you have like or you do something like on your own at the end, crafting from mixing different like anime art style into one of your own. But in reality, if you really want to make your own art style, you really need to learn anatomy first, and then learn to morph the face on your own. Like everyone have that like their own like like facial slider. You need to create your own facial slider modifier. Then you have to learn how to draw properly first. Then you can morph your face slider to the point that you have a very unique style of your own. You know, like adding a little bit of detail, removing a little bit more detail, morph a little bit of a detail. That is like a lot of things to draw. A lot of artists actually never really learn properly. Like sometimes some people like one of my friends, like she's very good at drawing, but she will say like sometimes she'll ask me like one of the very few things that is like very basic is like how to actually draw a person's shoulder. And then I told her, actually behind our back we have a shuriken star thing, and men and female have a different like shape of that shuriken, you know, like the entire back muscle in here. So the depends on how you draw the back muscle, it going to change the appearance of persons, of either being like a muscular woman or just like a man, or like a female shoulders, this and that, yeah, that stuff. Actually every of those kind of detail is coming from back, not from the front. People, when they try to like draw like a man from a front or like a female on the front, they always sometimes like didn't draw the shoulder correctly, because they always imagine the image. They have like visual image. They ever see a man or a woman, is always imagine like what they see from the front, not what they see from the back. But if you actually know anatomy enough, you know actually the back is actually the one that define that you are a female or male. This is why there's like so many people like are interested in people back, because the back is like the core things that let people identify they are dude or the girl. And there's so many times that there's like somewhat of a misunderstanding happens, because like a dude have long hair and then they block the back, so you don't really see the back, you just assume that that is a girl. You know, that kind of things happens. So yeah, knowing how to draw a back is a very important thing. And then I have like a lot of hand movement gestures. It's too bad I didn't have my hand cam on today. If I have, I can teach you guys more by just pointing at my body. Like usually if I'm in tutorial mode, I actually have like a camera facing on my body, so when I do any like teaching, I'll teach people how to move the, you know, when they're drawing, how they should move the hand, like using my body shape as an example to teach people how to do drawing and stuff. But today is just like, you know, I just want to do drawing, you know, not too much. Yeah, like the back muscle is actually very easy to notice. There's like, if you want to learn how to color and shade it properly, you also have to learn all this thing too. The muscle and the bone is very important because like the bone is the one that push out the skin, so it will create sort of like highlight and like shading around the bone and muscle. Like generally the bone is the, if you long as you know the bone location, you can actually draw a very realistic like highlight and shading of the persons that way. But not a lot of people know how to draw bone because they think bone is very like complex. Like bone is the easiest thing, you know? Muscle is the hardest thing. Even you simplify the muscle, it's still a very difficult thing to draw, you know? In the past, I draw quite a few like muscle sections that trying to like simplify it. Like I learn enough muscle, I simplify a version for myself, but everyone should like have their own like version too. So if I teach you my version, it's not going to help you that much because like it's just a simplified version. And then you will learn it yourself in your own, so you will simplify on your own. That version will become even more simplified. Basically, it's going to be wrong. Always have to learn your own version is actually much more better. And I'm actually trying to find like the old muscle drawing that I have going out. Hope it actually still exists. I have a digital versions of like that muscle drawing and then the non-digital version of it. Yeah, it's gone because like it's a very old file. Sadly. Is it this? Nope. Yeah, I can't see it. I can't find it. Sadly. I never export that thing out. Yeah, trying to like find stuff. Like I say, I had like a drawing for like lots of like different thing. I learned a lot about drawing, to be honest. Like I always say I'm bad at drawing because I'm legitly actually bad at drawing. But I can draw what I am. What I can do now is because I actually take like I draw since I was a young age. I try to learn how to draw since I was a young age. If anyone who is actually like good at drawing, just use the quarter of my time to learn how to draw, they can actually draw better than me. So I'm what I call a fine example of a person who can't draw. At the end, he still can draw. So yeah, don't get discouraged when you kind of like find out yourself can't draw. But of course, there's also people that they should draw. You know? You have the ability to draw, but don't use it in the wrong way, okay? Some people actually will use it in the wrong way. Yeah, it's like me. I'm the kind of person who shouldn't sing. Like, no matter what I do, my singing is a weapon itself. Because I could not control my vocal cord anymore. Also, I'm old. I can't train that shit. Technically, you still can, but it's going to take very, very long years to actually learn how to control vocal cord better. But yeah, it's like when I try to sing, I feel like even I try to use auto-tune, it's beyond saving. Yeah, I'm just very bad at singing. If you try to look at my channel, actually I have like one song. But that one song is just exceptions. I just try my best to edit around it. If I just like raw singing, it's just going to like kill you. It's a legit like register weapons, you know? Also, I never really sing in my life properly. So my voice itself is already like super untrained. Oh yeah, since like I got nothing to talk about that much, let's keep watching this.
It to the government that I did this service for $4,000. You know, they're gonna
When you got no content, watch people content.
that coming out.
Nah, it's fine. I like to do this kind of like
You know, there's
listening
something
to
missing here.
podcast stuff when I do
Right,
work.
that's why they, especially in the U.S., you guys may know, they started regulating Cash App and looking at everything over $600. Right,
Oh.
so
Nah,
all of those.
I can
Cash
say
Apps
like
and the Venmos
when
and
I
everything
was
that are
a
being sent
kid,
overseas from
should
that, guys,
mark around
they're looking
like
at your $600 and like,
I kind of like start drawing around when I was 7. Now I'm 29. And I can say like 2 years ago, my art level is still like quite shit. It's only recently I get improved a lot. I can actually show you guys like my older drawing like books. Hold on a bit, I need to set up my other camera then. It's going to be fast. Hold on. Oh, now I realize why I turn off my Wi-Fi for this. Okay, camera's working now. I think. Come on. Camo. Select a device. Asus A20. Yes, good. Hold on a bit, I'm not looking at the chat at the moment. my messy bed evidence. Oh, wrong place. Transform, flip. OBS doesn't movement that much, especially like flip stuff. The moment I flipped it, immediately like went haywire. I was like, ah, shit. But either way, yeah. I think this is something that I have back then when I was like 5 years ago or 3 years ago. I'm not just bad at drawing, I'm really bad at drawing. Oh, I should make it bigger since I'm showing this off. I try to learn how to do drawing, but you can see like an attempt was made. But there's so many drawing that I do. Just keep trying and trying and trying and trying, you know? Just do lots of like different art study and stuff. Ta-da! They are not the best drawing, as you already can see. The neck is wrong, that is wrong, this is wrong, everything is wrong. If anyone learned how to do drawing, yes, everything I draw is like really bad back then. But that was like 5, maybe 4 years ago. This is my drawing level. And that is not really a big improvement. Imagine like when I was a kid. I have way more stack over like in my like you can see like I won't really show it that I literally have like a cupboard full with like sketchbook and drawing. I draw so many things. It's just like overwhelmed in a sense. Very, very overwhelmed. I should pull out like the oldest one I have, I guess. But they are kind of like using pencil to draw, so it's kind of like faded a lot. So it's really hard unless I manage to preserve them like really good, really well. Like this, like one of them. Hope you can see it. This is I draw when I was like I think around like 13, 14. Yeah. So you can see it. But yeah, like I draw Kiray a long time ago. I have a very long history of actually very bad at drawing. You can say like at least tried to draw. This is still relatively new. I already like got used to drawing human. Back in the days when I started to draw human, holy shit, everything looks so bad. I'm literally a guy in the class that just like keep drawing, not listening to class at all. And then somehow I get A. Ooh. Yeah, I think it's this one. This is like the oldest one. I can't even see the drawing anymore. Holy shit. Hold on a bit. The paper fell off. Yeah, it's still like written in Chinese, like some of the things. Behold! The Proto Kiray! Oh shit, everything is just like so weird. Behold, the Proto Flamer! Ah, you guys can see it. The line is like very faded. Any more old failed attempt? Yes, this one. I tried to draw a group drawing, but I got lazy, so I didn't like draw too well. And then you can see like definitely like I just draw based on like art impression I see from like internet. So you can see like I copy a lot of like art element that big eyes, sharp nose, this and that. I just draw what I see back in the days, and then I realized that holy shit, I actually need to learn the basic properly. And then I spent quite a long time to just learn the basic properly, and then I finally can draw a little bit more normal, you know? Like, what is it behind here? Oh, this is like slightly better. Slightly better. This is like Proto Iris and Ivan. Yeah, this is slightly newer stuff. Why do I climb newer stuff onto the older stuff? No idea why. Let's try to find some newer afterward thing. Ah shit. This bag is for laptop, it's not for like years of cringy art experience, you know? Yes. I think this is like end of my sort of like middle school years, stuff like that. This is what I draw. I'm starting to use more like ink to draw it. Oh no, it's not. It's my engineering years. It's not the end of school years. It's when I start studying engineer. And then I'll try to retrain how to use my right hand because my left hand is kind of like, you can see I actually use my left hand to draw and then my right hand to write. So my left hand is kind of like busted, so I need to use my right hand to draw. I spent quite a long time to sort of like retrain my hand to be able to draw with my right hand. But you know, like it takes quite a long time to do that. Yeah, lots of like lots of good artists in there, but it's kind of like faded because like I'm using like pencil. Yeah. Ta-da! Because like they kind of like preserved quite well. Nah, I can't use my left hand anymore. There's some nerf damage with my left hand, so if I use it too much, like the thing that like caused the nerf damage will come back again. To be honest, back then I do not know how a body works, so I'm very poor at drawing posture and stuff. Even now, I still struggle, to be honest. If I want to draw like a character in cross-leg, it's actually really hard. Yeah, it's the worst thing, like, back then, when I was like, I lost my ability to use my left hand to draw. I was like researching how to do make a art style of my own. So I have like a half-developed art style muscle memory in here. So imagine this: when you can't use your left hand anymore, you try to use your right hand, and then you draw it. Even though your right hand can actually technically can draw, but you always felt like something is missing or like something is weird because the muscle memory of your drawing hand is here. You try to not use your drawing hand to draw. This is my writing hand, not my drawing hand. So I kind of like always felt a little bit weird, and then for like the next 5 years, I've been training how to reuse my right hand to draw, and then finally I retrained myself, but I only can use this hand to draw digitally. If I use this hand to draw like all this drawing now that I'm showing you on paper, it's just going to be like very difficult. Yeah, I still can't use this hand to draw like on paper. It's a little bit hard. Another proto Kiray. Ah, you guys can't really see it. Too bad. Here. Sorry about shiny thing. I need to protect my artwork, you know? Because they are all kind of like they are not drawn with like pen, they are drawn by pencil. So they are going to fade if I just take them out a little bit too much. This one is pen, so I can like bring them out of it. Yeah, it's basically like I say, I'm bad at drawing, but I'm always trying to draw. You know? I know I'm bad at drawing. I just keep trying. And I've been trying for like more than 10 years. And then finally able to draw what I can draw now. So I will always let people notice that I am very, very bad at drawing. And not because I want to diss or like, you know, like lower my self-esteem or something like that. I stated I'm bad at drawing is because I keep trying while I know I'm bad at drawing and then manage to draw something out now. This is like back in days when I do like lots of like body muscle study, and then like Hold on, my camera is getting laggy. This camera is like a very cheap like phone, so it's going to like have a lot of like lagging issues. But yeah. I was trying to study muscle, this and that, yeah, the other stuff. Like, this is like me starting to actually trying to study, like, how to draw properly. Lower body was never my, like, case back then. I tried to learn how to do lower body, but I never really learned how to draw bone, so I just know how to draw figure. But later on, I did learn how to draw bone, and now I can draw hip much more easier. Yeah, this thing is heavy enough. I can't believe, like, back in the days, I literally, like, walked to school with this thing in my bag. Why do I have a shit ton of textbook in there? How, like, what kind of muscle do I have? Oh, this old drawing stack of paper. I really miss this. This one I get laughed a lot because like I legitly try to draw properly, but I end up draw the body proportion so badly people cannot know like this is a boy or girl. So I guess this is my accidental like LGBT drawing. I can't define like which the you know like the body figure like bang it like I say my friend asked me how to draw like precisely, you know, when you look at the back you know it's a boy or girl. Like this one I try to draw but I end up like cannot let, because I mix up so much people can't like detect that this is a boy or girl. Things like that. Imagine some artists like just like go like LGBT pro. It's because it's not because they are actually really pro at that kind of movement and stuff. They're just really bad at drawing boys and girls. They just say, nah, this is just LGBT characters. Trust me, bruh. Trust me. It's definitely not because I can't draw. I feel like so I am calling out someone. Ta-da! All this thing is just like a blaster path. You know? Keep reminding myself that, yeah, you can't draw shit. Like, even I try to draw something, I can't actually draw them properly. I have in my mind what I want to draw, but I always have a hard time drawing them. I think this is one of them. Like you can see I draw a lot like Proto Kiray back then. Sorry, it's lagging again, my camera. This is one of the character I trying to draw. Back in the days, I draw like a Stickman comic. I draw a lot of Stickman comic. So this is like one of the character I draw. This basically is like a gag, like Stickman comic, like King with his shenanigans and stuff. Nah, I can't compare with my old drawing because like it's a completely different hand. It doesn't really show the progressions, you know? Hey, it's my GTA cheat code. Let's keep that thing in there. Yes, back in the days, GTA cheat code need to be write down. Not buy as a DLC shark coin. My failed attempt to draw an armored. I'm always proud of my shitty drawing. Even I draw a shitty drawing now, I'm still very proud of that shitty drawing. Well, it is shitty, but I'm proud of it. You know? Now you know why my bed is actually very messy. I always use my bed sheet to hide it. I can't uncover my bed sheet. So yeah, that is my kind of like art journey. I don't really say art journey. I'm just showing it at random. I didn't even know like which is which year anymore. I didn't organize them that well. But yeah, it's just show that I'm actually used to be shit at drawing, of course. Like what you see is like a year long of obsession, just keep drawing non-stop without really improving that much for many years. To now. Even now, my drawing is still like on the mid-range. I can't actually go past beyond like the mid-range. I can get to like high tier mid-range, but like those kind of like very like painted-ish style. You can see like those kind of like, awesome illustrations. I can't actually do that. My art style is like come along with like cell shading and stuff because my visual library on art is actually like anime from the 2010-ish kind of like era. This is why like my current like VTuber is actually like still following the rules of like the old anime like 2010 like anime style. The spiky hair protagonist. Yeah, this is why when I normally do like teaching, like, you know, like I say, I do live like art teaching sometimes, and there will always be like that person who will say, I hope I can draw like you do. Like I'm shit at drawing. I was like, I'm shit at drawing too. Same. But you know what? If I'm shit at drawing, then able to draw like this now, you can. You know, I always like will always tell people I'm shit at drawing. Main point is not because I'm shit at drawing. Like it's like I really actually am very bad at drawing. Even now that I still in learning phase. I didn't actually like learn that much yet. You know, like I reached like a certain level. And then, you know, I'm a living proof that a person who can't draw can draw, you know. So I will always keep insisting. If people keep insisting they can't draw, I will also keep insisting that I can't draw. And then look at me. Even a person who can't draw can draw. You know? If you're persistent enough. Of course, it's like, if it's just a hobby, it's fine. But for a person who can't draw, they want to make their art, you know, like career into drawing, it's going to take a lot more effort than what I do, you know? I'm just randomly create like spacing stuff. Yeah, a lot of people like put off on drawing because like they just give like a very lame, simple excuse that I can't draw. So therefore I don't even try. You know? Like if you really have a certain passion for drawing, even just a hobby, if you draw really shit, if you try enough, you can actually draw quite good drawing, you know? Like even like after 10 years, you look back at your like shitty drawing that you tried very hard, you're still proud of it because like you did put a lot of work in there, no matter how shitty it is. You know? Drawing is just a bunch of trial and error and, you know, learn from your mistake and stuff. So it's fine to be shit at drawing. You know, funny thing is like back in the days, I'm not actually like a art streamer. I'm a tutorial streamer, but not tutorial about art. It's tutorial about how to use OBS. I had a very funny histories about like my streaming like life. Back then, I study engineer, so like it's a very stressful subject. I stress eat a lot back then, and I become quite fat. And then my friend know like I have like some sort of stress issues like just from studying from like engineering. Even though I like it a lot, I always like go like countless sleepless day just to complete a project and stuff. So he tell me like you need to get like a you know like a hobby or something. And then, oh, hi, Mizu. And then he told me, like, you need to get, like, a hobby or something. And I was like, what hobby? And then he told me, like, you like to talk. You should, like, you know, you should try streaming. And I was like, what is streaming? And then I was already, like, back in the days, I was very interested in content creations, not streaming itself. And then my friends, like, say like, yeah, streaming is like this thing is like you're a content creator, but you kind of like have like easier time to make your content because like you can do it like instantly. And I was like, oh, interesting. And then I went ahead and take a look about it, and then I was like, oh, so this is streaming. And then I learned a lot about like OBS. it was like 7 years ago. Yes, I've been streaming for 7 years. So like it's a very long time. And then all right, talk a little bit too much. I need a drink. So I was like, OBS back then is not very like user friendly. Okay, so you really need to know how programming works and this and that yada stuff. Back in the day, even PNGtuber is like very hard to do. You know, like PNGtuber is not a thing. So if you want to become a PNGtuber, you have to like program. Like first you have to like register some sketchy site, and then that they will use your like, you know, like when we join in people Discord, we have like this like green circle thing in front as an overlay. We need to pull that thing out, and also like, thank you Punk for hanging out with me, like have a nice day. But you know, like, so you have to pull out that overlay and then program it into your OBS, and then you have to insert your, like, literally write C++ coding, find the file with the image you have, and then program it in there, program the bounce, program the fade, and every single thing. Like, that is how hassle like PNGtuber 4 years ago. Yes, 4 years ago, people have been taking granted for Fuji for way too much. Like Fuji is something like 2 years ago, I think, 2 or 3 years ago. You know, like around like the MCO time, or you can say like the COVID lockdown time. Like they are kind of become a thing around that time, but before that time, you literally have to do programming to do a PNGtuber. Yeah, like, so if you really, so back then I know lots about like OBS stuff, and then sorry, my voice. I need to drink more water. Hydrate more. Man, I talk so much I'm losing my voice. But yeah, so like back then, I do like a lot of like tutorial stuff on teaching how to use OBS properly, because like 6-7 years ago, OBS is super not user friendly, and then even you have plugin. The plugin, you have to program stuff manually into it, or like manually program it, write some coding to manually activate it, this and that yada stuff. And if you want things to be automated, you have to do those kind of things too. So you really need to know a lot to be able to use OBS back then. So I dabble into like streaming. First thing I do is like learn how to use OBS. While I'm learning how to use OBS, I'm also doing tutorial live while I'm learning how to do OBS, you know? So I become like a thing in Facebook. Yes, back then Facebook streaming is fine, you know? Like way before then. Like, but of course, like Twitch is already a thing. Like it, like people will always say like Facebook for fun, and then Twitch for like if you want to get serious in streaming, and then YouTube is for content creator. Back then it's like that. Okay. So when I stream in Facebook, again, I just stream it as a hobby to relax from my engineering study. So, you know, like having chat with people, this and that, yada stuff. And for some reasons, like at some certain mark of my life, I blew up in Facebook. For some reason, I have like 3,000 to 6,000 like concurrent viewer, like live viewer, 6,000 like around that time. And then I was like, holy shit, why are there so many people watching me? Like, you can try to guess, like maybe it's just people scrolling past you in Facebook, like, you know, it's a thing, and then they count as a view. That can be possible, but it's not going. But those kind of view will just disappear. You know, it's not going anywhere. They are not dropping. So I legitly have like 6,000 people like watching me, and I was like, ah, shit. I have no idea why. Maybe it's because I keep teaching people stuff, and sometimes I play Monster Hunters, you know? Yes, Monster Hunter World is like a very old game. Try to remember it back. So I have like 6,000-ish people watching me, and I was like, ah, that's a lot. And then, you know what thing is worse than actually having 6,000 viewers? I'm actually using the page that is basically a duplicate page of my own personal Facebook. So it's technically I'm doxing myself with my actual name, my actual address, and everything is in there. Yeah, back then Facebook actually have like this method that you can turn your own Facebook into a page. So I turn it into a page and start streaming over there. Because I was just doing for fun. I'm not actually thinking like there will be like lots of people going to watch me. You know, I have invisibility issues. I don't get noticed a lot. Like even in real life, I can just stand there. People can just lost track of me, and then they can't find me, and I'm just standing there right beside them. Like it happens a lot of time. I scare the shit out of my family lots of times, like almost every day. Back to the topic. Like, yes, I have that many people like in my live stream. I was like, oh shit, and then I need to change my name. I need to change my page name. You know, my entire name is just plastered in there, and then I was like a streamer, like actual legit like face cam streamer. So my face is there too. So I'm actually 100% like doxing myself. So I was like sent to Facebook. Back then, if you want to change your page name, you have to send a legit email to Facebook and then give them the reasons to change your name. Like it's a very official channel, and then they have to like have like a human review it, this and that, yada yada stuff. So it's going to take a long time. So around that period of time, I was just like 3,000. Like around the period of time, they reply me back that I can't change my name. I already got like 6,000 people watching me on daily, on every single time I start my stream. I was like, that's a little bit much. Like back then, I was just like panic. So I just click I want to change my name without stating the reason. So they reject me. I kind of like, nah, it's fine. They reject me. So this time I say, I have this many people, you know. I'm streaming with my real name, with my real account, with my real address. If that many people watching me, I'm actually in somewhat of in danger, you know. So I wrote like all this like reason that I need to change my page name and stuff at least. And then like after my second try, I have to wait for like 2 months for them to actually reply me. I think around that time also Spider-Man game came out. So if you know, Spider-Man game is like the Insomniac one, like from PS4. So I bought like a very cheap like easy cap. I think any streamer know easy cap. A cheap ass version of a capture card that can capture your like PlayStation and like, you know, like your other like console stuff. So I tried that thing out because like at the end, like I am a streamer enthusiast, not actual like basically doing it as a hobby. I like to have like good lighting, good green screen. You can literally see like I have a green screen over there. I don't think you guys can actually see it. It's kind of blocking it. But yeah, I have a green screen, a ring light, like doing like cool ass like lighting thingy, like filming stuff, you know. And then like I always like tech stuff for streamer. Yeah, the easy cap is like the cheapest way to have like for you to get like a good streaming quality stuff, you know. It's not the best quality, but at least like doable, you know. But yeah, like so I tried to stream Spider-Man around that time. I'm still waiting for like Facebook to reply me. I play Spider-Man, and then I play in a very stealthy way. So basically, I just like role playing Batman as Spider-Man. for some reason. For some reason that blew up even more. I think it's because like back then, like Insomniac Spider-Man is just so popular, and it's only on PlayStation. So only people who own PlayStation 4 can actually like, you know, like play it. So it become like even more people want to watch it. For my standard 600 like concurrent viewer, 5K to 6K concurrent viewer to 10K to 12K concurrent viewer, I was like, dang, I really need to change my name. You know, like around that time, I'm still streaming. I'm already panicking. I'm just trying to be as chill as possible, and then the chat is just just keep on going up. I can't read anything at all. Facebook, like, chat system is shit. Unless you try to scroll up, it will pause the chat. So sometimes I have to manually go scroll up and read sometimes. But generally, I just ignore the chat. I learned to ignore the chat if I have like a high viewer rate back in the days. So around that time, like standard time, I would get like 12K people watching me when I play Spider-Man. The peak I have... Oh, Facebook slow mode doesn't exist. But on peak time, peak time is like 25, 26K. Yes. It's that many people watching me. You know how scary that is? I kind of like, I'm legitly, I won't say I'm a celebrity in Facebook, but I generally like surprised at how many people are watching me now, but back then, and then how many people are watching me now. You know, even I counted them, like maybe like 90% of the people is bot. 90% of the people is bot, maybe. Or like just scroll past you get like a view from that. Like it's a concurrent viewer. Like the chat is basically flying off the handle. So I guarantee that is, even there's a like 90% bot, there's still like 1,000 or 3,000 people watching me. Actual people. If I just like assume they are bot. Assume. Because back in the days, streaming, there's like a bot rating cultures there. I don't really know why, but it used to be a thing, and then it's because of COVID, and then the bot rating culture become like a, you know, like hate rate cultures. So and then they kind of like crack down on like bot viewer, you know, not bot viewer. It's like there's like a people who like bought a lot of bot, like stay in their channel. And then they will like rate people that way, you know, like back then that kind of things exist. And that is a story for another thing. It actually happens to me once when I moved to Twitch, but there's a story of another exist. But that time I got like 25K people watching me. It's like, holy shit, it's like super crazy. And I was like, please let me change my name. When are you going to send me like the reply? Like I've been waiting for like 2 months for that thing. And then like finally I got like a reply from them, a very short reply. No, this is not acceptable reasons for you to change your name, change your page name, and we will lock your ability to request name change ever again. I see like the the button for like the name change thing gray out. I was like, shit. Shit. And then, you know what? I do the world most idiotic stuff. Because I was like so angry and so scared in the same time. Angry and scared in the same time, you know? That can be a thing. And then I just immediately, I didn't deactivate my page. I straight out delete the page. Not letting people like know that I'm moving or not. Not a single word. Not an announcement. Not doing it slowly. The moment I received the email from Facebook, say no, and then the button got gray out, I just went ahead and delete the page. it gave me 3 times the prompt that, do you really want to delete your page? You can deactivate, you know. I said, no, I want to delete my page. And then, are you sure? And then, yes, I'm sure. And then, this page will forever disappear. You know that. Then you give me so many prompts to ask me not to delete my page. Then change my gosh dang page name. And then I just deleted it. And then I feel like now, like, because back then it's just like a hobby and stuff, I just doing it for fun. Now it's like legitly I'm trying to like doing it as a career. So back then I don't feel a thing when I do that. Nowadays, looking back then, I was like, I wasted such a huge opportunities as a streamer. You know? Like, it's actually now kind of think of it, I regret it a little bit, but back then I didn't regret a thing. And it happened like 6 years ago. And then I tried to like move to like Twitch to do like a little bit like official streaming and stuff. You know, like I want to be a little bit like slightly like, you know, like more into streaming and thing after that fiasco. And then I try to do some streaming. And that very like intense rise and fall is like a very like huge impact on my entire like streaming life, to be honest. Because like you had like a consistent like more than 1,000 people watching you, and then you just move to another platform, and then Twitch is notoriously not very good with like new like established streamer. So when you try to stream like that for the straight up like half a year or like an entire year, you only have 0 viewer. And back then you have like more than 1K viewer there, and then you will feel like, huh, this is very different. Very, very different. And then, you know, I'm a very persistent guy. Again, like I'm just doing like streaming stuff for fun. So I just keep doing it. I don't care about like I have viewer or not, to be honest. And then I just keep doing it. And then I start to stream this game. It's an MMO I loved a lot. Not Final Fantasy, actually. It's Phantasy Star Online 2. Back in the day, the global version is not out yet. Phantasy Star Online 2 is like the game I play a very, very long time. So I try to stream that. So I'm thinking like, maybe I should try to stream that game. Because back then I didn't try to stream it. Because like, you know, the account can get banned and stuff. If you're trying to, because I'm playing a Japan version of it. So if people really wanted to report me, I can get my account banned, and I played in that account for a very, very long time. And then I heard about like, oh, they're planning to create a global version of it. And then I was like, oh, then I have no afraid of it. And then I start to stream like PSO2, and that is my second rise and fall. Yes, my rise and fall doesn't happen once, happen twice. Do not question how it happened twice. Blame because I'm a Chinese. Okay. Again, I'm not a VTuber back then. I'm just like streaming with my face. So no matter how you kind of see me, I'm a Chinese person. Okay, I'm Malaysian Chinese. So like around that time, I kind of like stream like a lot of like PSO2 content, because I'm the kind of, but I'm already got like, you know, like there's like a special rank you can get. You get like a high rank, like priority, like matchmaking, because you complete some certain like very, very difficult like quest. Global one is easy as heck when they release, like how to get that rank. But in Japan, holy shit, getting a rank, you really need to min-max like so many stuff, grind so many things, and know how to play the game so well, and your class and mechanic and everything to be able to achieve that rank. Like I forgot like what that rank called again. Like it's basically it's like a high ranking like thing. If you, when you do matchmaking, you use that mark, like they will have a checker mark for you. Do you want to check this mark? So you would just matchmake with the like the strong people. that achieve this like ranking, like how you do. And then I was like, hell yeah, I'm going to get that. And then you will get like every single emergency quest is just finished so fast because everyone is mid-maxing characters. But again, like I quite proficient with like every single character except the mage one. I don't play tech or like magic, so I end up then teach too much about mage one. But I play a lot of like many class, so I do like a lot of like live commentary or teaching people how to play this game properly, how to level up, the guide for this and that, because like global is coming out. Lots of people want to watch, like learn how to play that game. So I do like a lot of tutorial on different class, teach them how to play, how to do this, how to do that, you know. And then that is my second like rise. Like finally got people watching me like on a daily when every single time I stream playing like Fantasy Star Online 2, I get like 60 to 70 people watching me. The New Genesis one is like bullshit. That is like every single time I play the New Genesis, I feel like I want to cry. It's just so depressive. But yeah, the like if you play the OG one, it's actually quite good. Maybe on the level up part, it's a little bit, you know, on the repetition side. But every single time you go to like the emergency quest or like there's like many things to do. Like if you play the Japan version, of course. Also, like the main thing in Fantasy Star Online 2 back then, it always attracted me, is actually not just the game itself. It's like you literally do not have to know Japanese. You can communicate with the player. How? You just decided to out of nowhere start dancing in the lobby, and then everyone will start following you dancing, and then entire lobby will have a dancing fever. Just doing emote to communicate is like really fun in that game, you know. Now like Fantasy Star Online like New Genesis, not a lot of people have like emote because everything is just money gacha. You can't actually get it for free that easily anymore. So like using that to communicate is like really hard for like newer player. But back then, like it's just fun, plain fun to like do all these things. And then you always like play like a time attack. Like the repetitive stuff, like you shouldn't think of it as repetitive. It's more like if you do like some special quests and then you basically just try to be as efficient as possible. That game is like try to like do your run as efficient as possible. That is like the fun part of it, I guess. But yeah, like back then it's like that. I get like quite a lot of viewer from me like teaching people how to play, and then so far like that time I'm the only player that stream playing like the latest class, the Luster class. Instead of like using like they create like a very controversial skill. Is basically you just spam one skill that will automatically choose like the best skill at the best distance. A lot of people use that. I'm the only few people who kind of like streaming it while using everything manually. But also same time, normally people, even though they're using it manually, they're using the most efficient way and the most high TPS way to play. I go as flashy as possible, also same time dealing a shit tons of damage. So I constantly teach people how to do that thing. Because like normally you just do as flashy as possible, you can't do too much damage. I can do like very flashy, also same time a very high DPS. But also because of that, I get like a lot of viewer like constantly, and I get affiliated from doing that too. And I was like so happy back then. And then COVID happened. Like holy shit, COVID happened, and then the lockdown happened. I constantly get like raid. Not the good kind of raid. It's like, you know, like back in the days, if you ever like try to stream in Twitch before, Twitch back in the day doesn't really have shield mode. Technically they have, but you have to dig deep into like the systems to actually like activate that thing. But back then it's like not a very available button for you to click it. So because I'm I'm technically a Chinese, so the hate rate, like back then, like the Asian hate is like super bad. So it's like that time I was like a little bit stressed from studying, to be honest, and then like have to deal with that in the same times. It's like I was like, nope, I'm out, not going to stream anymore. You know, I just stopped streaming. Like went on hiatus for like 2 years of MCO. I continue like hiatus for 2 years, kind of like low key in the background, like making PNG tuber for myself, and then like slowly convert myself into like a VTuber. You know, for that amount of time. So yeah, and then here I am as a VTuber. But yeah, but back in the days, like I think like it's a very, both is like a very unfortunate circumstances. Like usually you see people get famous or like get a name for themselves, and then suddenly they just disappeared. Usually they did some very like weird ass shit, as like being discovered as a pedo, or like being discovered like he is actually behind the scene is an asshole or something like that. I didn't have any of that thing happens to me. It's just that very unlucky. Both of my rise and fall is just like very unlucky. Like back then, like I think a lot of the people still like being aware of that. Back then, like Asian hate is like super bad in Twitch, to the point that they have to create shield mode just for it. You know? And I still remember like in this like one like Uncle Roger like podcast with his friend, like he did talk about it too. He's like literally just walk on the street and then he got punched for no reasons. And I said, why you punch me for? And then I was like, you know what you did? I was like, ah, yes, the power of Asian hate back then. Like long as you look as long as like you are Chinese, they don't care where you are really from. You are fair game, you know. Like it's a really bad thing, you know. Happens to me, so I can testify that it's actually very bullshit. And then, you know, like I went on hiatus for a very long time and then came back as a VTuber, and then I have to restart everything again. Basically 6 years of grinding, 7 years of grinding, to be honest. But I only start picking up, like my stream started getting picked up by people like around like 6 years ago. So yeah, it's a very weird, I can say like my streaming experience is like the weirdest one among the people I know of so far. Like how many people can actually manage to reach like a high degree rate that is technically you can call you a successful streamer, and then you get a fall not because of controversy, and then you get a rise again, and then you get a fall again, but also again it's not because of controversy. And my second rise is not like I'm not like a super successful streamer. It's just like mildly okay streamer. Like not even successful. It's just a mildly okay streamer. Managed to reach that state and get affiliated and this and that, yeah, the other stuff. Have like a lot of viewer. Like back then, like nowadays, if you get like more than like 20 or 50 viewer, it's already count as you are a very successful streamer, because like so many people are streaming. It's just like so saturated to the point that you get 10 people watching you is already like a very like high rate. So imagine like back in the days, like comprehending that I had 26k people watching me before. And then now I'm just like scraping by, struggling as an art streamer. It's just a very like weird experience to talk about, you know? But at least I know this one thing. If I get like one day have like 1,000 people watching me, I would not phase, because I've been through more than 1,000 people before. At least I would say like I have enough experience to know how to deal with this many people. Because sometimes some people actually like get raided by like a big streamer, and then they would be like, streamer.exe not working, my brain is not working anymore. eh, something like that. And then I was like, oh, wow, this is it's been a while I have this much people. You know? I would give this like respawn more than like, you know, having like, lots of people like watch me. Also, again, I need to hydrate myself again. I feel like my voice is slowly fading away. Fading away again. So it's even funnier, like, sometimes I actually can legitly give people, like, good, like, streaming advice, and then they will ask me, like, you have 0 viewer, what advice you can give me? I was like, don't stab me in the heart again. Don't stab me in the heart again. I used to be big. Yours truly used to actually have a platform. Well, technically, I am irrelevant now, but at least, like, when I talk about experience stuff and advice, they kind of maybe will work because, like, well, it works for me. Maybe it doesn't work now. Who knows? Like, here's the thing, like, no, this experience let me understand is like one key things. That is, if you are even like super ultra talented to the point that you can like do like backflip like 360 spin and then land on the platform without any like issues at all. If you got no people watching you, no matter how talented, how great your production skill is, how great of a streamer, talkative people you are, if no people are watching you, you essentially are still no people going to watch you no matter how good you are. So streaming in a sense is really about luck. That luck aspect is like really important. Like the moment people notice you is the moment that like that you have to capitalize that moment a lot. Like even being like a very shitty streamer, you get noticed it and then you capitalize it, you actively pursue and then improve your stream afterward. That is like how you learn how to maintain your audience. Like how to get your first batch of audience is it's really depends on one person luck. And I squandered that luck twice. A lot of people were killed for that number I had back in the days. Like they will literally sign their soul for Niji Sanji just for getting that number. Just for like a 1k or like 300 viewer. They literally will sign their soul away to Niji Sanji just for that. So that aspect is like very special. It's really hard to like tell you guys about this because like you really need to experience it to actually know it. So no matter like what kind of advice I can give you, give anyone to be like successful, is actually really is somewhat of irrelevant, because like you really have to know how to like act upon like the opportunity you are given, and then you need to get the opportunity in the first place. If you never get the opportunity in the first place, no matter what type of advice I give you, the how to maintain your audience, like how to become even bigger, it's useless. It's completely useless. In fact, so useless, I might think myself as a fraud. And pointing people to a very unprospered career for their futures. So I usually don't give advice anymore unless like my friend asks. You know? If anyone like have like they are a streamer and then they got into like certain situations, if they want to ask like about this and that, I will gladly answer them. Because here's the thing, like I won't really say I'm a very veteran, experienced person, but at least I experienced a certain level. If you don't have anyone to ask about this kind of things, you can ask me. But if you're going to ask, if you got even like better people to ask for, don't ask me. Because here's the thing, newsflash: if my advice like, is really come from experience, it's not from like analytic stuff. Sometimes some people really good at analytic, this and that, yeah, the other stuff, that can give you a very like spot on advice on how to become a thing. You know? And it works. For me, it's like mine is literally come from pure luck. So if you also are like someone who's like pure luck, managed to gain like lots of audience, and you don't know how to handle it, maybe you can ask me. I can give you a few advice from that too. But still, analytic is like also part of skill too. But it's, yeah, pure luck is like how to handle your pure luck is also very important things. Not a lot of people actually know how to handle it. It's like create a business is easy, and if you get a pure luck, you get like a lot of customer is also easy. But how to maintain those pure luck customer is very, very hard. Hate to state this in a business standpoint, but well, if you try to take your VTubing or like streamer as a career, you really have to see it as a business. And business itself is also luck based too. It's basically why people always say like business is a gamble, because it is a gamble. You just toss a bunch of money and then wait for stuff to happen. Well, it's not like the biggest take, but yeah, it's kind of like that. And then you also have to be very like active. This is what my brother always told me, that why you always look more busy than I am, a business owner, and then you don't earn a single dime in your you don't earn a single dime at all. And then I was like, fuck, you're right. You're right. But if I actually put all my effort into business, maybe I can be successful in somewhere. But I really want to be like a, you know, like a VTuber or like a streamer. Besides, I can't actually work like a normal person anymore because like my ears have issues. I can't work like a normal person's. It's not like I can't hear, it's just my balance have issues. Ew, my friend. Twitter. But yeah, like Well, I won't really say like it's a gamble in minority percents. Like you can have the best strategy, but if your luck is shit, your luck is shit. You know? I like especially like this is why I personally don't like Twitch. Like YouTube can be much more of a business. If you think like a business person's, it can apply on YouTube more than Twitch. Twitch is really depends on your pure luck. YouTube you can depends on your effort. Like business, of course, you need to put a lot of effort into it too. Like you have to like know, like you have to pick like a good place to open your store, and then you need to know how to market yourself. You need to like have like a good customer service, this and that, yada yada stuff. Like it does put a lot of effort. Like people acknowledge your effort, and then you will success. You will succeed in like some sense. And in Twitch, it's really just pure luck. Like again, like no matter how good you are, like no matter how good your production skill, your talent is in Twitch, if no people watching you, you are still have no people watching. No people watching you. So like, yeah, Twitch is like, I don't really like Twitch because of that. To be honest, like this is why I always like prefer like even though YouTube have their issues, and I still prefer YouTube more than Twitch. I really don't like Twitch. I was like streaming in Twitch for quite a while. Last year and then this beginning of this year's is because like again, like back in the days, like I told you the story of how I managed to get affiliated. It's just like, you know, like it's a special like meaning to me back then when I finally get affiliated and then get my first sub. So my first sub money is in there. But the problem is you need to reach a certain money on sub and sort of like cheers to get a payout. So I was like seeing like that. I don't want my first ever sub, like people acknowledging my effort, to be wasted and then never being able to take out. So that I have like some emotional attachment into it. So I try to grind it out. And then the more I grind, and then the more I realize that, holy shit, this easy affiliations and easy payout is a trap. Because generally you can literally just like, you have like 30 follower, maybe like 20 follower is kind of like people just drop in and see like, oh, it's a new streamer, I should, you know, give you a pity follow. Like it's legit a pity follow. And then like maybe like 10 people who keep watching you is your audience, and then you'd be like having like 30 follower, and then you just announce like in Twitter or like in any like social platform, hey, I got 20 more to get affiliated. And then, you know, people would just click in. If they just try to kind enough, they would just go and click in, and then you will like get affiliated that way. That's the easiest way to affiliate it. Like back in the days, in my days at that time, to get affiliation, you actually need to have an audience. You know, like affiliation back then is like very, very high requirement. So when you actually get affiliated, you actually legitly have an audience. Have an audience enough to get like people subscribe, people do cheers, this and that stuff, you know? It's much more a thing. And then but now you mention it, like nowadays it's like $50. You know, back in the days, like 3 years ago, like even in MCO or before MCO, it's actually basically before the lockdown and COVID stuff happened, it's actually $100. The payout rate is $100, and then when you get the payout, you only get $60 because you have to pay taxes and everything. Yeah. So you don't get a lot of things at all, to be honest. It's a very difficult thing to talk about, like back in the days. But yeah. So I was like never really like intended to take it out. because like back then it's like $100, and then my brain informations is still thinking $100, and then taking out is like not worth it at all. Try to grind like that $100, and then I know this is like $50, and then I was like, oh shit, it's $50. I need to grind it out. Yeah, like it's a very difficult thing. I can't believe like COVID is like 4 or 5 years ago. Shit, I'm old. Like every single time I talk about my old like streaming experience, I always feel old because like yeah, I legitimately stream like a very very long time, and then I'm still like in this state, and I was like I don't know why I'm still streaming at this point sometimes. Like again, like this is like a very like big trap because you can get affiliated so easily, but doesn't mean that you get sub easily or get cheer easily, you know. So a lot of people will just keep grinding, maybe just for that 1 or 2 viewer. Just keep grinding for that payout. Like the more I try to grind like that payout, and that the more I feel like, shit, this is a trap. Twitch has created a trap that you cannot grow unless you put like shit tons of ads. Because like here's the thing, you can't get a passive income unless you have ads on. Because like you can't really rely on people like subscribing to you or like cheer to you. It's almost like not a thing unless you really like are that interesting. Every single people like watch you, they decided to, you know what, here's a sub. Even like if you have like one friend that sub you for the entire 3 years or like 2 years, you will still not have enough money to get the payout unless they go for like tier 3. You know, which is unless your friend is like a very rich friend, then I would just rather tell them like, you know what, you shouldn't sub. You just literally give me like a cheer enough to get a payout next month, and then I will leave Twitch forever and ever. And that is actually legitimately what happened. Like I have a friend like say like she won a art commission from me, and then I was like, you know what, instead of paying me, I give you a big discount. I only got $10 left. I can leave Twitch. You just give me a $10 worth of cheer, and then I give you this art supposed to be $25 as $10. 2. And then she'd be like, okay. Give me like something like a $12 or something like that. And then I was like, finally I can get off Twitch. And then I came back into YouTube again. Yeah, that is why I disappeared in YouTube for quite a while and then came back again. I'm very thankful for that friend of mine that let me get out of this like predicament that I was in. Because like the more I tried to grind in like Twitch, the more I started to hate Twitch, to be honest. Because the more kind of like bullshit I see like what they're trying to do, like on business wise, on manipulative business sense. Maybe I just think too much, or they are a business entity in the first place, so it's a legit tactic to do it. You know, just dangle the carrot in front of you so you can run faster for them. Yeah, I also have like a love-hate relationship. It's not like I'm not grateful for Twitch. Like they have like the most friendly user interface for every streamer. Like a lot of things, games even, they adapt their functions into Twitch itself. So I won't say like I'm not at least like respect that part about Twitch. I do. But Nowadays, especially nowadays, the only saving grace of Twitch is just say, well, at least they have a lot of like good user interface for streamer and viewer. That is their only saving grace now. There's nothing good about Twitch, except that if every single time you have to defend Twitch, you have to you only have this as the shield of Twitch. The entire platform have issues. It's just not going to survive that long at this moment. I kind of think of it. If they don't do something else, the entire platform is in danger, to be honest. If I'm going to do business and stake my future into like into streaming, I won't really look into Twitch, to be honest. Of course, YouTube is like, if you want to be a content creator in the first place, because which I am, I do stream too as a bonus, but I do want to become a content creator first, streamer seconds, art commissioners fourth, because I still have to pay attention to my life at third, you know? So I'll be like, yeah, YouTube is the better devil if I need to choose like both different like bad persons. It's not like there's other place that I can actually be. Some people might say Kick. But if you want to open a pie chart, hold on. So if you want to open like a pie chart for this, oops, why can't I draw? Oh. This is cake. This is just cake. This is Twitch. Even though it take quite a lot of percentage, this is Twitch. The rest is actually Facebook. The rest is actually YouTube. This is how big it is. Like, you can literally just blind it yourself and randomly throw a dart. You can actually manage to land on somewhere. If you're going to say like in this, if I speak it in this way, it should know like which is the better devil now. Even though YouTube have their own fault, they have like very stupid thing, but they kind of being a monopoly, you know, like a very like monopoly-ish like behavior toward the creator. There's a reason for it. And that is the reason for it. And Twitch also do that kind of shit, but they still stand like a certain quarter of a market. They also doing that kind of shit to their creator. So it's a very weird thing. Like, of course, like I say, like, Twitch also do weird stuff. YouTube also do weird stuff. But you are kind of, like, going to, like... Nah. Twitch stands, like, a very, like, small percentage of people who view video, you know? It's not that much. I got surprised, too, when I watched, like, those kind of analytic video. Like, they talk about this kind of things. Maybe, like, now it's changing. Or maybe, like, the one you have is, like, maybe, like, a few years ago. But now, Twitch is actually, like, losing so much money to the point that they are kind of dick to their own creator now. Because they keep losing money. They are never profitable in the first place. Maybe you should try to take a look at the newest chart. I don't know where to find the chart because back then I was like watching like Nuxt video about this, and you know Nuxt, he hate both platforms, so the criticism he have is like quite fair on both sides. I can tell one thing, they kind of like changing good, also same time not good at the same time. They still try to monopoly like the entire streaming scene. They have changed, but also same time don't have any change in the same time. You know? Like especially like on the multi-stream side, they tell you can multi-stream with the conditions. Yeah, with the conditions. Also, back in the days, they also keep trying to change like a way lot more stuff that is bad than way lot more stuff that's good. It's basically like they do one good thing and then do 10 bad things. They did roll back some of it, but means like they are actively trying to do bad thing more than good things. Especially like, do you remember the sponsor thingy? Yeah, did you forget the sponsor thingy? Yeah, and then the worst thing is like kind of like if you kind of like streaming, like now I'm not really sure because like they really like now are down in the gutter to the point that they can't, even though they have that rule, they can't enforce it because like actively will hurt them if they enforced it. Back then, even you can multi-stream, you cannot show the YouTube chat, but also same time when you're streaming with a YouTuber, like collab stream like Twitch and YouTuber, you can't actually actively show that YouTuber is a YouTuber. You know, you have to anonymously not tell people that he is streaming YouTube, because if you, the moment you do that, you actually get a foul. This is like some sort of like monopoly level like shit is happening there. They don't care that you are in I'm just using YouTube example, but they don't care you are in Kick, they don't care you are in Rumble, they don't care you are this and that, you know? And then the booba, the booba meta, like the booba meta like fiasco thingy. Like there are still people are still being banned, unable to access their page because they draw a furry. And then the people who literally go naked in the stream is just like have like one day ban, you know? The most offended of that entire fiasco, all the people that the most offended one get like a 3-day ban, 2-day ban. Like the most minor one, basically draw like a Michelangelo image. They with like a small ding dong, and then they get more than like a week worth or months worth of ban. I was like, holy shit, what the heck? Yeah, actually, the people who got banned from those kind of like because of that fiasco, just got like 1 or 2 day ban. But artists, a lot of artists actually got like a weeks, 2 weeks, some even got a month of worth of ban, and then they still haven't retracted. Those people who got a worst offended one that only got like 2 or 3 day ban. Like people who just like not like fully draw not safe for work, they just draw risky thingy, just like a very small bikini. Even that they get banned for like 3 months. Not 3 months, like 1 month. 3 months too much. Like 3 weeks actually. You know, like the degree of level they try to ban people is just so bad. Funny thing is also like VTuber, if you show your underboob, it's like everything is covered, you show tiny bit of underboob, you also get banned too. So you cannot draw yourself wearing a bikini because like they show like the underside of the boob, you will get banned. Haha. And then you're going to say, and then if you're going to list like, nah, there are people who like show bikini and then get banned, but yeah, I can tell you one thing is like I say, it's very inconsistent. Sometimes you get, sometimes you don't. Really depends. Really depends. This is why like you will never know when you are going to get banned. If they want to enforce a rule, at least be consistent about it. But they never are. That is why I kind of like, I say again, like, I don't like Twitch. And I would never like Twitch. But at the same time, I appreciate what they did. But at the same time, I don't like Twitch. Do one good doesn't mean it covers your 10 bad, you know? Because if like I help if I help a old woman cross the street, doesn't mean doesn't absorb the fact that when I see a cat, I kick the cat. And then joke about it and say it's a Kit Kat. And everyone laugh about it and then just pretend it never happens. That is a society nowadays, to be honest. No matter how I don't like Twitch, to be honest, like I say again and again, like I do appreciate what I do. But that was like the glorious days in the past. And some people actually will say like a lot of like legit stuff to like defend them. So I'm still kind of fine with it. Because if you have a point, you have a point. But doesn't mean like it cover up the point of they did bad. Like if they did bad, you have to keep talking about it. Don't pretend it doesn't exist, you know? This is how like, you know, like in some sense, you kind of like low-key understand this. Why a guy who clearly is a bully, he has friends. And those friends are not like a group of bully together. They are very normal people. Why? Because like that guy treat them well. That guy is funny to them. That guy is entertaining. That guy is a friend to them. Of course, that they look away the fact that he actually bullies that particular person. Like essentially, I feel like Twitch is like that. It's a bully that people like. Like you can state his flaw, but also same time he has good part about him. Yeah, again, like I'm fine with it. To be honest, everything have their pros and cons. Like I say, if I want to list everything like YouTube does, I also will list everything YouTube does. If you kind of like watch me enough, I will also bitch about YouTube every single day too. YouTube actually also like, holy moly, have their own like bad too. But again, like people can like do anything they want. I don't like it doesn't mean stopping people, like, you know, doing what they like. Besides, streaming like platforms open. It's not like saying like this is bad. Doesn't mean like stopping people like don't go. It's like I will keep complaining about burger is actually very unhealthy for people, even though it have like lettuce in there, you have tomato in there, you have pickle in there, you have bread carbon in there, it have meat in there. Technically it's a perfect combination of a perfect meal plan. But still, at the end, it's not actually very healthy food. Doesn't mean I stop people from eating it, and also doesn't mean I'm going to stop eating it. It's good. But yeah, like no matter how I shit about like Twitch or like YouTube, like to be honest, if anyone like have like, you know, a certain understanding, like know a little bit much more, or like have their own like loyalty stuff, yeah, good for you. Like I always let people like do what they want. I would just let you know about this. Doesn't mean like kind of like we're gatekeeping people, like don't stream in Twitch. I say I felt like a trap, mean like I felt like a trap. I don't say like they are trapping you. If you want to realize this is a trap yourself, you can realize this is a trap yourself. You know? It's like I give you information, you think it's a trap, then you can think it's a trap. If you don't think it's a trap, yeah, it's fine for you. It's like you are the one in there, not me anymore. Like if I'm in there, I will still keep saying like I'm actually trapped inside Twitch. Legitly. I don't know why sometimes like people hate like that certain brand. They will gatekeep that brand. It's like I don't like I actually legitimately don't like Apple. Like I really don't like Apple as a product. And then it's not like gatekeeping my family having an Apple. I'm not gatekeeping my friends having Apple. I'm not gatekeeping like any like people that is like they want to be a YouTube you know, like Vtuber and want a better camera and then decided to buy Apple because like VTube Studio have like better support on Apple camera. In fact, I would if they say like if I have the budget, what kind of camera should I buy? I would say Apple, even though I hate Apple. I won't gatekeep people like it's basically this is the thing. I have what they call a gamer logic. It works. But I would tell people that I don't like it, but it works. You better have it. I don't like it, but don't let my opinion like sway you. It's still a very good thing to have it. I always find like those kind of gatekeeping people like very weird. Especially like you understand more about it in the internet, especially like on Twitter. You can see like Twitter always like have some freak out of something. And then you kind of realize this one thing: those people who freaking out, they are not actually like usually in the communities. Like, they are not actually gamer, they're just freaking out for the sake of freaking out. And then gatekeep for the sake of gatekeeping. You know, like their own moral standpoint, but they don't actually know like the culture and stuff and thing at all. They just gatekeep for the sake of gatekeeping. And every single time I see those kind of stuff happen, and I was like want to laugh my ass off every single time. Especially like as a Malaysians, I look at those kind of like Twitter like freak out like drama thingy. It's like, that is culture appropriation, you shouldn't wear this. Oh, that is culture appropriation, you shouldn't wear that. Like or should practice that. Or like some people are born in America or like European, but their descendants like from Philippines or like from Thailand or something. They talk about it and then they get dunked on calling as a Filipino or like as a Thailander, you know, as a person from Thailand, because like you are born from there, you are not, you do not have the right to call yourself that. I was like, what? And then weirdest thing is especially like on the culture appropriation thing. Like again, like as a Malaysian, I don't know like how the younger generation it is now, but in my generation, we literally have a day called Culture Day. We literally wear different clothes from different culture and practice it and learn about it and have fun with it and sometimes even make fun of it too. Like if they're going to say that shit, I think Malaysian is the biggest offender of that. And what? You guys want to cancel the entire Malaysian country? Like you kind of can see like people are getting dumber and dumber these kind of days. Like they can't actually process their own thought. I always find that like, especially that particular part, very weird. Like because I born Malaysian, I already born with a culture that we practice each other culture and share each other culture, you know, as one. And then I see like a video, like someone just do like a culture practice like video, and then they would just say, "You cloud chaser, that's culture appropriations," and I was like, "What? What?" I couldn't understand it. I really couldn't understand it. I cannot understand why the mind would like go to that way. You know? The like especially like the cancel culture, I was like, how does it like evolve into that? Maybe we'll live in a different world. That is like a very different thing. Like, I wonder how any other Malaysian actually have like any opinion on of that like too. Like, it is a very bizarre thing to like know about, especially like I really don't understand why people are like that. I mean like that we internally like is on by default we practice other cultures. So when internet see like other people like practice other people culture, they go freak out. I was like, what? If they're going to be freak out like that, the moment they go to Malaysia, they might die out of aneurysm or anger. You know? are like practicing other people's culture that bad, you refuse to do it and then go to other people's country, also refuse to doing it to the point that you become a nuisance as a tourist. Like that actually legitly happens so many times in Japan. They actually legitly start banning a lot of like tourist places used to be tourist places. Now they literally just ban all tourists. Like because of all this bad actor that think they are on the moral right side, I guess, that refuse to practice their cultures and then be a dick and do their culture in other people places. And now we can't like go to some place in Japan because of them. I was like, damn it, I want to go to Japan once. Now there's so many places locked down that don't let tourists. I guess I just have to like learn how to speak Japanese and then pretend myself as a Japanese when going to those kind of restaurants. Like that is a legit tactic, because like back then when I was studying in my uni, I only speak English. There's like portion of people thought I was Japanese because my skin is actually like on the very fair side. So it's really hard to understand like when like if I just like never speak a lick of Chinese word or like any lick of like other languages, just straightly speak English back then, they already thought I'm Japanese. So if I just speak Japanese in there, so people might thought I'm a legit Japanese. might might be like a very like soundful tactic to use. Maybe it works, maybe it doesn't work, who knows. I get that, I'll try it. Yeah, people are losing their ability to be a rational thinker, to be honest. Like they have the knowledge, but they don't have the equipment to handle the knowledge they have. Like last stream I did talk about it before, like pen is mightier than sword. I mean like pen itself, knowledge itself is a weapon. You know? There's so many arguments that people is legitimately actually smart. They know a lot of information, but they're so misleading to the point that it's actually wrong. It's a yes but no situations. Like you're going to tell me like in a very like convincing way. Maybe you can convince me like that they would like talk about something like very intelligence. They are actually legitimately a very smart argument, but also same time it's very wrong. And then I was like, how do you even concoct this thing in the first place? You have the intelligence to say this. Why don't you have the intelligence to actually think about what you said? Like it happens so many times when I look at like those kind of like, I won't really say drama VTuber nowadays. It's more like idiot responder. It's basically idiot is there. They will see an idiot trying to do idiotic stuff, and then they will respond to those idiot things. Like with great power come with great responsibility. So if you want to do some argument, do something that is like be civil. Don't just go shouting match and like literal evidence like right in front of the face. They will say like, I don't feel like it. Your feeling is not relevant to facts, you know. Like if a person who gets stabbed, I'm arguing that is it right or wrong to stab people, and then you telling me that you're feeling like maybe like he's a bad guy, that guy stabbing him is like legit. And I was like, I'm saying the fact that he got stabbed. Is it right or wrong to be stabbed? Not about your feelings. Not about your moral right. I'm talking about the fact that he got stabbed. Should I save him? Legitimately, I think I heard like a very stupid thing like back then. I don't know it's still there or not. Like I see it in the internet. It's like a guy is actually like got shot. Like yeah, it's happening in American, but yeah, he got shot, and then lying on the ground. It's a stray bullet, and then a guy like go to him. It's not helping him. He legitimately go and ask like what sign you are in. He said like what? Well, he just like randomly say like one sign is like nah, it's not compatible with me. I'm not helping you. I was like legit. That is a shit in some news. I guess you could try to find it or they delete it because like how stupid it is. I'm not making that shit up. You know, the moment I lost faith in humanity is because of that news too. Like how stupid a human can be. Like that thing happens ages ago. I don't even remember what source I'm watching it from. Like I say, it could be fake. You know, no matter how I talk about this, like you can't make this shit up. But also same time, it's just so ridiculous. You're not really sure it's real or not. Like sometimes like the world is just so weird. Even fake stuff sound real now. Like I think like that thing is like when I was like how old I was? If I need to dig out my memory, impression is like 12 or 13 years ago. And then I was like, people already this dumb 12 or 20 years ago. I hate to see the futures. And then now you're seeing the futures about, yep, I'm right. I'm right. I hate to see the future now. Why I predict people will get dumber? Why? I shouldn't have that kind of predictions. I don't think it's 12 years ago. I think it's 13 years ago. I haven't really like I'm still like in my like form 4, form 5. I think it's form 4. Where I read about it. So it might be fake news, who knows? But it was also that moment I think like, damn, human is stupid. I hate to see what future is like. And then now I'm seeing the future is like, damn, I'm right. I hate this futures. You know, like, have anyone here watched a movie called Idiocracy? Like, damn, that thing is like so early on in their age. And then I feel like nowadays I'm watching it is like a documentary of now. Especially on the president part, it's basically it's like if you want to be the most influence in the government position, all you need to do is not being smart and tactful. All you need to do is just be the most popular persons. And then you will get like a very important like government positions because of that. And then now you're looking at it. Is it true or false? Like sometimes they just like make the most stupid sounding, and then nowadays you look like it, and then it's if you can't actually tell it's real or not at this point. Like especially like that, like that I'm not sure like it's real or not for now. Because like it's just allegedly. Like if anyone know who is Ruru Harushia, you try to watch like the thing talk about her right now. About like she actually is married and stuff like that, and also same time cheating with his husband. The next day they got married. I shit you not. That is like about like super like TV drama stuff you can watch. Like the allegation is so TV drama, but also there's truth in it, to the point that you're not sure it's real or not at all. I can't even tell the truth or fake at this point. Anyone try to watch that thing? I this one I can pull out for you because I watched this like a few months ago. Let's try to find it. Is it this? Let me try and mute it and then listen halfway to it. Hold on. Where's my OBS? Yes, I'm gonna mute my browser. Yes, mute it. Now the dude can be lying, but because like he's also like a celebrity too, so you won't really know who is telling the truth, who is like not telling the truth. But at this point, the way they talk about it is like so close to reality, you might think it's real. I'm not sure I give you guys the correct link or not. I might give you the wrong link because sometimes copy and paste is weird. And hope I gave you guys a real link. I'll go to toilet. You guys can have a look at that thing, and then maybe I just like spend some time like do drawing. You guys keep watching it and then reply me how ridiculous it is. Okay, I'll be focusing on drawing a little bit. You guys can sort of like, if you guys want to like discuss a little bit about this, yeah, I can go into it a little bit. I'm kind of what you can go what most people can call a bakong papo. Because looking at this, like, it sound like, I shit you not, this is like some A-grade drama level, like, TV show. Like, if you put this on a TV show, you might get like the at least like top 5 rating. You know, I have some times. Let me try to search like that. Sign incompatible thingy is actually a thing. So I need to try to find it too, if I can. You know? So there's sign incompatible and then it's literally in the news. Yeah, but it's been like ages, so like that news might be buried by other stupid shit. You know, like zodiac sign compatibility thingy is like, it's always like have lots of like stupid news around them. Yeah, I really can't find it. Yeah, there's so many, like, it's just like zodiac sign not compatibility, they cancel the date or something like that. There's so much about that is like buried, like the story that I told you guys about. Like, it's literally in news. It's in the news. But it's 12 years ago, so it's really hard to dig up. Maybe 13 years ago, and my math is bad. Like, I'm 29 now. So when I was like Form 4, it's like how long ago? I have one remove class, so like Form 4 I was already like 17, so 17 minus 18. Like, how long is it? Calculator. Okay, 29 minus 17. 12 years ago. Yes, my math is not wrong. Yes! My engineering math is still here. No, they just keep me like signing bullshit stuff. You know, I shouldn't waste my time finding this thing again. Why do I need to waste my time to find bullshit? Like, it's just so stupid. It's literally on the news. like the victim survived because like it's from a shootout, and then he got hit by stray bullets, and then like he was on the floor, and then a guy and then a girl just climbed to him is supposed to drag him and help him away, like away from the scene. Like, she is brave enough to do that, but first thing that she asked, like, the zodiac sign first. Like, you know, this is like some sort of crazy bitch level bullshit to actually happens. Like, some people would say, like, people who like focusing on zodiac sign is like crazy. At that point, I see that. I see that news, and then I'd be like, yep. People who like focusing on zodiac sign might be actually crazy. They just have so many of that. You couldn't believe that shit. Sometimes the word itself is just so unbelievable. It's almost like comically unbelievable. Especially the video I put like on the Russia thingy. Like that allegation is just so crazy. It might actually be real. I'm not sure. I didn't get a follow up on that. I should follow up on that a little bit. As a guy who like gossip. I'm a dude, but what all my friend told me, the inside of me is actually a girl. Okay? I'm a very bad person, you know? Yeah, it's like very weird. Like, depend your entire relationship, like not just the relationship, someone's life. Literally, someone's life. On compatibility. I was like, holy shit, are people that crazy? And then now, like back in the days, like what 12 years ago, now sounds like actual like that person have mental problem. And then nowadays, if you tell that to some people, they know those kind of like zodiac like fanatics people, they would say like, oh, it's normal. It sounds normal. It sounds like possible. You know? Like, we have let mental illness run rampant so much. Now we think like, yeah, that's actually possible, you know? This is how society has turned into. And it's just like hilarious at many points. Either they got fired because they are too focused on zodiac sign, or like they think like it's not compatible with their boss, and then they just like, yeah. Yeah, if it like, no matter how you're going to say, like, how are you going to manage to back up those kind of things? Like, how much of the things you can back up, like, you can depends your entire life on zodiac sign. I only participate like back in the days, like you know, like in like those kind of like grade school years, like people write notebook of like their own biography, like their own classmate biography. They want to like add something into it, like for fun, like for cutesy stuff, and then I'll be, all right, I'm game, I'm game. I'll write my stuff into it. I still like speaking about this kind of notebook. I was like, yeah, you kind of like sometimes even do like write secret in it, like who you have crush on, this and that, yeah, stuff. I wonder that is like a thing, still a thing for like grade school. Like who you have a crush on, like or like what you like to eat, what colors you like what kind of like tiny biography on like a notebook, like people just like passing around. And then they have like a golden rule, like never spread that notebook to other people. And then there will be always like that like one scandal, like there's like one people like got their crush, like you know like information like released, and then they'd be like, why everyone know that now? You're the one who only know it with that book. Like, dude, that book has been sharing for like everyone to use. Of course we are going to see it one day. But yeah, and you know, like kid stuff, that kind of like happens, and then you'll be like the most kid stuff. 我不要跟你好了. I don't want to be friends with you anymore. Yeah, the kids nowadays doesn't really have the innocence. Kids nowadays, they won't really write a biography about them. They would just like go to someone's stream and randomly announce, you know what, I'm gay. You know what, I'm lesbian. You know what, I'm actually want to be a man, or I want to be a girl. Like, I was like, is this like some sort of trend kids have these days? Like I was like, what kind of things are people teaching them? Like, if you want to make a come out story, I'm fine with it, but dude, you're just like 12 years old and then you want a come out story. Like, at least wait until you're like 25 or something. Like, way too early, man. Way too early. Legit happened in my channel, actually. I don't know why. A lot of people actually do like a lot of come out story in my channel. I was like, wrong channel, man. Wrong channel. Or girl. You know, there's like one roast I saw. I really want to use it, but also it's a very rude thing to do. You know, like a lot of people nowadays, they do like a lot of like he, she, they, them, something like that. You know, like I sometimes like I want to like be the kind of guy who see like they, them. I was like, are you schizophrenic? Do you have a few imaginary friends with you? Do you have multiple personalities? Like if you have, I respect that point. But it's just a joke. It's not like actually like, you know. But sometimes I see like that kind of joke. I was like, I want to try it, but I know it's a very rude thing to do, so I didn't try it. Yeah, I watched that like on MXR, and I was like, holy shit, this is burn. Burn. That person got roasted to the ground. Like, here's my own personal take on it, of course. Like, if anyone like support those kind of things, they kind of will mad at me. I don't mind, because like it can be wrong, it can be not wrong. Again, language is something that kind of like for communications, not just for communication. It's like sometimes I randomly just say he and she because like I don't give a shit. And the main thing about why I do that is because the important things is not that particular word. The important thing is the context. You know? The moment you do not able to understand the context, the moment you use he or she or it wrong, you have an issue. You know? Importance is the context, man, not the word itself. Or maybe it's because I'm from a country that use many different language. We view these things a little bit differently. I'm open to all this stuff. I'm fine with it, but also same time, like I can see like some people are actually like obsessed with it. I mean, like, it's the one that obsessed with it and have an issue. I have an issue with those. You know? You can see like a gay person's and he be like the most normal person you can ever see. And then it's not like they're proud of it or not. It's just like, yeah, I just happen to like the guy that, you know, like it's like the guy. Who knows? Like, you know, like sometimes like some people like, here's the thing, like I don't care about like you people like person coming out like they're gay or something like stuff like that, because like here's the thing, if you have a boyfriend or girlfriend, like you know one thing, they have a type. Like once you know them long enough, they have a type they like, and then you will slowly realize that you are not that type. And then you might go a bit paranoia, go a little bit like crazy about it, or like go a little bit jealousy about it. But have to know like one of this like most important thing about relationship is that person, unless he is an asshole, you know it, and then why are you still with him? With he or her, you know, like again, I don't want to keep saying this like out of context. I don't give a shit. I just say he, you know. Mostly guys do that, not girls. But yeah, know the context. That guy have an exception for you. You know, if you are in a relationship and you know that person, your partner, have a type but still with you, means like that guy give you exception. Sometimes when it comes to like gay or like lesbian relationship, it's like somehow you get an exception like for that person. You know. But doesn't mean you're actual gay sometimes. Like sometimes like if you somehow get into like same-sex relationship and then like end up like didn't end up well afterward, or like you guys just like, you know, slowly like fade apart or something like that, and then you're starting to think like, oh, maybe I'm not gay, or maybe I still like girls or something. Like why? And then they will just call themselves bi. They are very confused. But in a sense, I can tell like, I think they just like have an exception of like that particular person's, and now it's gone. It's like there's no other person like that give that person that exception anymore. And then it's not my I'm not an expert at psychology, but for me, it's what I feel like. It feels like that. No. Yeah, I'm like those kind of like idiot intelligent people that I say like should not view that view they're intelligent that well. I'm also like one of them too, I guess. Like again, like if I want to seek like a reason for it, there should be that reason, you know? This is why I'm so open to this kind of things. But also same time, man, a 12-year-old shouldn't say that, you know? Like if you want to say that, at least you get old enough, experienced enough in your life, enough to say like, oh, I'm 25, I still feel like this way, I guarantee. And then you can say it. Maybe not 25, like I guess people mental age this time is like getting like slower, so getting mature slower, so maybe like 26, 7s or something like that. I think that would be like a more better time for them to talk about it. Yeah, in Chinese word, it's like sometimes we specify, but if we don't specify, it's still the same. it's the you can kind of say like in Chinese language, it's like we are the most open language in the world. Like we can specify, we can also choose. Don't give a shit. I guess I have that kind of like thought process because of that too. And then on the Western side, they say like, you know, like being gay is progressive and this and stuff. And then I was like, do you know ancient time everyone is gay? Everyone have a side chick and is technically a same sex. Especially noble. It's a special noble thing, you know? It's not progressive at all. In fact, we're regressive. Yeah, that's why I don't really like do a lot of things like in Twitter. Almost to a point that my Twitter got shadow banned. I just realized not long ago. Because like who again? Yes. Punk? The one that you see before. Like that guy tried to like add me in Twitter. He say like he typed my name is not there. So I'm technically got shadow banned. Normally that happen to people who get shadow banned. Unless you type like exactly precise name. Like generally if you just type like the name in general, it will pop up in the search and stuff. But if they type the general name, it didn't pop up at all, means like that person technically got a shadow ban. So I'm also getting shadow banned in Twitter, and then I was like, you know what? Maybe next time I try to stay active in Facebook if Twitter doesn't want me. Because like in a sense, I don't actually like Twitter. Too. I only joined Twitter last year because like when I become a VTuber, my friends say it's like it's a must thing. But I try a lot of things, it's a must thing, is technically not true. You know, I just do what I do. If people like it, people eventually like it, you know? Yeah, like about like the story I told you. Technically, it's not a story, the true history of my past. Funny thing is, like, I'm not actually active in social media at all. I'm the most boomer Gen X you can ever see. Technically, a Gen X, right? I'm not sure how people say Gen stuff anymore, to be honest. or you can call me like the Zenalian, the Zenalia, Zenalian, like Millennium, but with an X. I'm technically that. And I don't actually, I always get late in like social media stuff. I think I only got Facebook when I was like form 4, form 5. Form 4, form 4. Yes, it's like very late. Like around that time, I think like Friendster already like dying that time. Yeah, there's still Friendster, MySpace, Facebook. And back in the days, Facebook actually you can change it, make your own page. Ah, the good old days of playing Cafe Story. Not Farmville. I don't play Farmville. I only play Cafe Story actually. Is it called Cafe Story? I kind of forgot. It's basically you open a cafe, you know, like you offer food, things like that. Pet Society. Oh, Pet Society. Ah, Restaurant City. Not Cafe Story. I keep calling Cafe Story for some reasons. Yeah, my memory is very shoddy about the past. So sometimes when I talk about the past, oh, you can take it half-half, you know. Might not be full truth. Except like my streaming past. It's like that is like the most iconic part about my life. I always remember it. But the smaller stuff I always like not remember it that well. Oops. Yeah, like a lot of like smaller stuff is just like not I don't really remember that well anymore. I'm not sure why. I feel sad about it. Maybe I got like some sort of like early amnesia thingy. Who knows? I almost don't remember anything that happened when I was studying engineering too. It's like it did end up badly. I did quit engineering and then start studying went to like study 3D animations. But I did finish my engineering in diploma and then I went to study degree. It's not very stressful. The stressful part is I'm trying to get a 4.0. Technically, I am a 4.0 student, but trying to maintain the 4.0 with a bunch of like idiot and try to carry all the project is like very taxing on the mental side. And then there's so many sleepless nights. And then I fainted a few times from like overwork, and then I was like, shit, this thing is like damaging my health. I should like stop studying at this point. And then I just stopped studying like engineering. This is why like back then I can delete my like that Facebook page of mine so easily, because I was studying engineering and then I was like thinking like, yeah, I'm going to be an engineer in the first place. It's not like being like a famous like streamer or something, so I'm fine with like deleting it. You know? Now I'm regretting it. Because I'm not an engineer anymore. But to be honest, when it comes to study, I think our study system have like this like huge flaw, because we have what I personally call it the fake CGPA, fake 4.0 persons. Technically, they are not actually fake. It's more like, you know, there's like different type of people who get like 4.0. Like there's like the super genius talented persons that get 4.0 and then they like what they study too. So they get 4.0 is like natural. And then there's a second one, it's the practical 4.0 student. Is basically they actually put in a way more creative effort to learn. Like basically they just like very interesting in the subject to the point they can kind of like master it quite easily using a lot of practical means. And then there's also the third one, which I normally call the fake CGPA, fake 4.0, is the book smart people. Or you can say like they are the one that come out with like 4.0, then have zero experience on the work, and then you give them important job, and then they screw up really badly. That one. Because like most of those, they are kind of like just like very good at study only. How should I say very good at study? Technically, they just have a very good memory. So they just like remember everything, go to exam, put everything there, and then get out exam, get A, forgot everything afterward. This is why I call them the fake 4.0. Don't worry, I'm not calling out people. If you are one, don't be feeling shame about it. It's fine. This is just how society lived. They care about 4.0 more than like, you know, more than being practically correct or something like that, you know. They're not creative about their skill at all. Every single time you say like, remember when you study this, you can actually apply this onto this. Or like, remember this kind of method, like this kind of machine use, you can actually apply those kind of things in here using our what we learn. And then they'll just keep saying like, huh? 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 And then you spend like a long time teaching them, they still is like hopeless. Hopelessly do not understand a single thing you say. And then I was like, how do you even get your 4.0 in the first place? Like they definitely have zero interest in what they are studying. I can say that. They have definitely almost a zero interest in what they are studying. They just want to get 4.0 so they can get a scholarship and then also get like a good cert. When they do a job, they can get more money. Just that. That is the only goal when studying engineering. I was like, what's the passions? What's the passion? Studying with a passion is not a thing nowadays. Like, it's a thing, but you normally only see that like in art stream. You won't see that like in some sort of like practical study like engineering or like accounting, you know? No wonder there's no inventor these days. Because nobody want to become one. But yeah, I kind of like have to carry them. Not carry them because like I'm studying mechatronic, so I have like the subject of like mechanic and electronic both in the same time. So I encountering both side of like the just book smart people. So I always have to carry everyone. I hop into different like courses. I need to carry different people like that every single semester, and I was like too tired. I literally faint twice, and then I was like, nah, just too tired. I don't want to study engineering anymore. Even though I love engineering. Actually, I think I got a little bit depressed. What they call like temporary depressions from just like quitting like engineering studies. Some people told me like, I shouldn't give up, but dude, I was carrying the marks so much that I literally fainted twice from studying. Because I'm so passionate about my work. I shouldn't do that. That shouldn't be happening in the first place. Yeah, that kind of things like happens to me. So I think it's also because of that I don't remember much about my engineering days. It's like my body is actively trying to avoid that. And I'm just become like a very lazy person afterward. I'm one of like what my friends say is you are the most hardworking person I ever see, but also now you are the most laziest person I ever see. Like, how can a person become like that? You know, I can tell them engineering happens. Like a lot of people going to tell me or tell some other people when they're studying engineering, they have a blast, they have an easy time, they don't have to take care of so many things, they still get like a good mark, they still can get can get a good job. I can tell you one thing. Most likely chance, people who say that is because they didn't do any jack shit in their practical studies. And then there's like that one dude like me just like slaving themselves in every waking hour fixing their issues. So they can go to McDonald's and hang out with a bunch of friends. As a victim, I can say like definitely that things happen. That kind of things definitely happens. I wonder is anyone like suffering the same thing with me. Like we can start a club. But yeah, so I did abandon like 3D studying. Not 3D study, like engineering, and then start studying 3D animations. I use a lot of money, to be honest. And then I'm doing this thing on the internet. I really like want to be the guy who earn a little bit more money, so I can actually give back to my parents. But too bad. I also like have some. Not sure it's because of like I slaved too hard in like engineering study and then I developed something, but I actually realized that I have like a medical conditions. It seems like I always have been having it, so this makes my life even more like I have like more of a, you know, more of a license to bitch about it. It's because like apparently I have something called like a vestibular loop, and I kind of like born with it. And also now I have something also called a Meniere's disease. So it's basically your ears, like the water in your ears have some issues, so you have some balance issues. Controlling body with balance issues is a bitch. Sometimes even thinking, because like it affect your eyesight too. So I've been living my entire life with that conditions. And I didn't even know about it. And the doctor, I was amazed at how I somehow can adapt into that conditions. because like they did try to do something like induce like some dizziness stuff or like vertigo stuff into me, and then see how I perform. The surprise that I can actually function like a normal human in that condition and recover like super fast. So I in a way already lived in hard mode. Just body physically. It's not like financially. Thankfully I live like in a very privileged life. I always thankful for that, to be honest. With my condition, I shouldn't be living like a normal person, so like now. You know what? If you want to talk about this, maybe one day we can start hosting this thing. If you want to. Let me try to show it to you. Okay, ready? Ah, too fast. Oh, why am I here? Why am I here? Hold on, I need to move myself. Have you seen like one of my video that I actually do like education show? Because I am a person who know a lot of stuff, so I was like, why not do something educational, you know? And then I actually like have this like kind of like radio-ish like TV talk show thingy. Sometimes I use it to like talk about stuff, you know, like my special skill is like talk a lot, way too much to be honest. Like I've been talking for like straight up like how long? Holy shit, I've been talking very long. Yeah. My skill is to prop questions and prop stuff, topic to talk about. But the problem is I have no one to talk to. So I end up like never really have the ability to like talk to stuff, you know? Like my friends always told me like my only saving grace for being a streamer is I talk way too much. But the problem is I don't have any audience to talk to. So I end up just like talking out my ass most of my time. Yeah, that is like why like sometimes I need to like open up like this talk show. I was like trying to like plan this thing. It's like I want to create like a interview. Not like normal interview. It's like help people do like their secondary debut, something like that. Like, you know, like normally like when people doing debut stuff, they kind of like just talk their ass out with sometimes like with some audience or without any audience. They just like talk to themselves most of the time. So like this one is like different. I will make questions. I will talk to them, like make some like ice-breaking show. Generally, sort of like let the audience know who they are, you know, like as a person. Like usually as a streamer, like the most important is actually like that personalities and how they feel, how the audience like feel, their own audience, like their own viewer feel about them, you know. Like it's basically be yourself is the best streamer's being the best streamer tactic, you know. So it's like that is like basically okay. You don't have to plan yourself stuff. You don't have to like think too much. Just be yourself, like in this like interview thingy, and then you know like don't have to be smart, don't have to be this, be that. Technically, I will try to make some math questions and like some IQ questions just to like show they are actually smart or not, because like dumb people watch dumb people. Look at Gura. But yeah, like I was like planning to do like this kind of things, but you know I've been very busy with like doing like commissions, this and that, yada stuff. Maybe like in the future I can start like earning some money on my own and more money on my own to the point that I don't really have to rely on my art commissions, and then I'll start doing this. For now, I just like sometimes using this as a platform for me to like do my education show, or like sometimes I invite people to sort of like give some input while I'm doing some teaching and stuff, you know. Yeah, it's like every Sunday. You can see like this. I made not long ago because I have some volume issues, so I kind of like butchered the video a little bit from like trying to adjust the volume. But I saw like pre-recorded, not pre-recorded, live recorded. YouTube, Window Edge. I don't know what Window Edge does. Like every single time I try to copy, they copy the title instead. Share, copy, yes. Well, this is what I did last week. I'm trying to like, because I got a few Australian friends, so I was like, since you guys are Australians, want to watch some emu war video. And then we kind of like talk about like emu stuff and something like emu relative, add a little bit of this, a little bit of that. Like my education show standard is just like that. Just find some random topic to talk about. But this is just a pilot, to be honest. It's not like a actual like planned show. I try to plan it, but I don't want it to be too scripted. So I end up like sometimes I move forward a little bit too fast. I should spend some more time like chatting with them, to be honest. But Ryu is like in her like in a mode, so it's a little bit hard to like proc her to talk that time. Sometimes like her introvert energy like triggers and then she can't talk. She actually can talk a lot. Yeah, and then I added some of my friends in there. I have like another guest that's supposed to be joining, but he have like some issues, so he can't join anymore. And I'll be like, oh, don't worry, I edit you in. Yeah, I did edit him into it. On the special guest like timestamp. But my editing skill is like very shitty, so yeah, that is the most I can edit. But having a TV screen in the middle is like is a very good advantage, because like when I want to add something to talk about, I can literally just smack right into the screen without any like, like sometimes people just like cut and then cut transitions like immediately switch to another image and then like poop gone. Like I think that is a little bit abrupt. So like this way I can do it in a much more normal way. It's basically like a slideshow, a very messy slideshow. It has a more human touch to it. Yeah, I like to do this kind of things. Again, like I want to become a content creator more than a streamer, but because of my drawing natures, I like to like draw live and then like like have a little bit good chat with people, this and that, yeah, that stuff. Oh, I'm still like in the scene. In the wrong scene I go. But yeah, it's like I like to like do this kind of stuff, like keep chatting, keep doing like what I do. Most of people who like watch me a few times, they legitimately know one thing: I love to talk way too much. And then why my friends suggest me to be a streamer. to sort of like de-stress myself because I just talk so much. I would not shut up. It's a perk. It's definitely a perk and skill. Quite a funny thing is that I used to be mute in my form 1 to like form 3 days. I'm actually just like a silent protagonist because I thought it was cool to be silent, not talking, and then just use your hand. This is why when I talk, I move a lot of like hand because like it become like a, you know, a habit. Basically, when I call people, I just pat their shoulder or like just, you know, like just tap them. Ah, the cringy emo days that I had been in. Like I completely got one of my eye get blocked by one of my hair. I have no idea how like teacher haven't caught me that, you know, like asked me to cut my hair, even though they always like trying to catch people with hair, long hair. I still remember like there's like this one time because my nail is actually very thick and hard. So if I use nail clipper, it's actually very, very loud. And in this like perhimpunan, that days weren't supposed to have like a, you know, like those kind of like discipline search, like is your hair too long, is your nail too long, stuff like that. And then I went ahead and go and clip my nail in perhimpunan. It's so freaking loud. I don't give a shit. I just clip as fast as possible, and then I kill everyone in the. I technically killed everyone in the perhimpunan because like they have to. The teacher like, nah, we have to check the nail now. People are cutting nail here. And then like so many people got caught. And now I stay silent. Not my fault. Why you guys didn't cut your nail in the first place? You know? It's not my fault. Definitely not me. That's not me. It's your fault. I can't make a cow voice. Yeah, to be honest, like, if I reminisce about like my past when I studied like in SMK, it's like the worst nightmare of all teachers there. Because I actually got good grade, but I'm also an asshole at the same time. Like I like, you know, like my emo day, I try to like be very like unique. But also one thing, I love to sleep in class, especially on the class that I don't care. And then I have a bet with the teachers that if I get all my science always like above 95 mark, I will never hand in a single homework ever. And then I keep having it like 95 mark above, and then I never hand in a single homework in science class. And then worst thing is like I always sleep in the class. And then every single time she woke me up, asked me a question, I can answer it and then immediately go back to sleep. And then it get worse as age passed because I got so hubris enough. You know, like sometimes you go to like lab when you study like science things, but it become like a mandatory thing that you have to like go to the lab. So the lab table is big, so big, so comfy. In fact, that since I never really respect the science class because I always like get high mark, I don't give a shit anymore. I already got that bad going on, so I don't have to do too much. So I literally go to like an empty table, climb up to it, sleep on top of the table. Yeah, just think about it back then. I am the worst asshole in the class. I'm the worst kind of people you can find in class, I guess. But still, sometimes my teacher is just like, "Hey, Kiray, like we have like talking about like photosynthesis and stuff. Can you talk about what and what causes photosynthesis? Chlorophyll, this and that, yeah, that stuff. I talk about everything and add even more stuff into it. And then okay, enough. Okay, go back to sleep. I even talk about the next like next chapter stuff. Okay, sleep. Go back to sleep. Just turn around, go back to sleep. I am the most unruly persons you can find in school. Maybe the teachers like didn't do too much things to me because they think I'm just autistic retarded. Autistically retarded. Poor kid, smart but have some brain issues. To be honest, like if any people like see a person like that, they would think that too. Yeah, I guess just a few more stroke and then I'll call it a day, maybe. It's like dinner time. I need to go to eat. Yeah, it's eating time. But I still can't imagine like that still actually teachers manage to like handle me if I'm like that. I'm basically just an asshole in school. Maybe they really think I'm a special kid, so they never really like do anything to me. Like it really takes balls to do that, you know. Okay, this should be like a very good touch up. I think I need to move the handle a little bit. Maybe no handle. Maybe I can put a handle here. Not like on this thing. Yeah. Still a lot more things to change. Let me erase this thing and then just call it a day. Yeah, this is why like anyone who like asks for like an art commission with me, I will always tell them my condition is not 100% every day, every time. And also even I feel fine, I might have like issues that when I stream and then do like your commission at the same time, like chat too much to the point that I didn't finish your artwork at all. Hey, like I say, like I'm a streamer seconds, okay? Art commissioner fourth. Content creator first. Alright then. Thank you very much for watching, and as always, yeah, I have a blast. And you guys, stay healthy, stay safe. Until next time, stay tuned on the next stream. Bye bye.